Welcome, everybody. Yeah. Thanks for being here. Thanks, everybody, for showing up. Great attendance. You've obviously missed us the past 6 weeks, so we appreciate that you're here this evening. And it's going to take us a minute to get back in our groove here, but we are going to call the meeting of August 13th, 2024 to order. Roll call, please, Kelly.
Vice Mayor Zabriskie.
Here.
Mayor Pallavi.
Here.
Councilmember Klobstad.
Here.
Councilmember Romack.
Here.
And I will note that Councilmember Henderson is absent.
Great, thank you. And if everybody will rise and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for liberty. Thank you very much. We are going to move into public comment. If you have a public comment, you can come on up to the podium here. It's going to be limited to 3 minutes. We appreciate it if you state your name for the record. And this is for items not on tonight's agenda. And we will, you guys are awesome, well rehearsed. We appreciate that you are up here. And anybody else who has a public comment, as soon as Paco's done, keep making your way on up there. Take it away, Mr. Dewey.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is Barney Dewey, and as you may know, I'm running for a position on the Truckee-Donner Public Utility District Board. The regional power outage that we had a couple of days ago is a good reminder that our local power is delivered from Utah and Nevada. It highlighted that an event out of our immediate area can interrupt our electric power. The coordinated response to the outage from all of the local agencies, including the PUD, the town, Nevada and Placer counties, state parks, and all of the North Tahoe fire departments, shows how important partnerships are for our region. As a candidate for the Truckee-Donner PUD, I strongly support these partnerships, and I thank all of the agencies for their coordinated efforts in our region. In addition to supporting the strong partnerships, another important objective of mine for the Truckee-Donner PUD is to invest in fire-safe backup power so we are not totally reliant on the power from out of the state. For more information on positions, you can go to electbarney.com. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Barney.
Hi, everybody. I'm Jody Sweet. I'm the guy that plays piano downtown and so forth. I just wanted to give you notice that we're going to be starting a TV show. I had a TV show here about 4 years ago called Cabin Fever that we did a lot of the history on. My family is probably the oldest in this area, dating back to the 1850s. And we had mostly in the gold mines down by Grass Valley. My dad was a longtime politician in Nevada County. My mom worked in the court system. To give you an idea, we have a number of old films. For example, there were a couple movies that were shot here. One was called The Frozen North from Buster Keaton. Another one was called The Gold Rush, which we have shown on TV. And my friend Heidi, she plays piano and does the old honky-tonk style, has done that. So we're going to be redoing that. The Frozen North in particular, because it shows a lot of Donner Lake, a lot of the early days of Truckee. Another one we're going to be working on is one here called Mariah. And Mariah was a Disney film shot in the 50s, on the winter of 52. Pretty cheesy production. As a kid, I used to see it. We've shown it a number of times, always had good response, but we're going to redo it again. We're looking at a couple more films. The opening of I-80, which I finally finagled through the state, and there are some other films that are particularly interesting. One that we found that I think I told Susan Lindstrom about was from the airmail planes of the old days, what we used to call the Jennies that used to fly. And if you see the red towers, like for example out at what we call Beacon Hill on the summit, and then there's one over at Prosser, you had the red towers. these used to have beacons, and these jennies would fly along. And there is footage of one that is flying over Squaw Valley about mid-20s, and you can actually see Squaw Creek, how it was in the original days before anything. And that's a pretty interesting film because it gives you an idea before everything was commercialized up here, what was going on. It also led to my research that we found the original Truckee Airport was not here, was not out by the way station, but was along Glenshire Drive. And what that was is Southern Pacific had an airstrip where the planes would land, and they use a keef system and deliver the mail off to the side, reload it, and SP had to provide the fuel going on. It's little things like that. And one of the ones I was really want to do is going to be with law enforcement is that, just to let you know, when I was a kid, one of the scariest things that ever happened here was the Zodiac, and that was 1970. I'm going to go over just a hint. And everybody here was freaking, and I mean literally freaking. There was a lady named Cheryl Lass out of South Lake Tahoe. But there's a lot of stuff that is pretty good with that. But to let you know, her body was found here about 6-7 months ago. And that was a big deal because she was found off Highway 20 that went down. But that's one that would probably be really interesting to the area.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, thank you.
Council, Chair, thank you for allowing me to speak. Kudos to the town for pushing dark skies and for the absolute amazing exhibit at Park and Rec. I've seen many photographic exhibits, and that's as good as they get. Kudos. Couldn't be better. Couldn't be better. In regards to bike trails, I'd like to thank Becky Bucar for answering my questions, emails. She did it on a Sunday at 4:49 a.m. That's how good an employee you have. I'd like to thank the crew for repairing the cracks on Trout Creek and behind Frischman Hollow. And I hate to tell you this, but they did such a good job. That's what I expect from now on. I mean, A-class job, you guys. So keep on doing that. I'd like to thank whomever for sweeping the trails after our last thunderstorm. Again, you guys are showing you can do it. You did it in a timely fashion. That was amazing. I'd like to thank the town for keeping their promise of starting work on the Legacy Trail. Again, I appreciate that so much. And in regards to that, I'm going to challenge the town to keep doing this. And in the last 6 weeks, you have worked on 2 trails that I'm aware of. And I'm going to challenge you to do 2 more trails, fill cracks on 2 more trails in the next 6 weeks. And I also want to say in regards to safety, and I've said this before, and I don't know what the protocol is or what hoops you have to jump through, but in terms of safety, if there might be a consideration for a sign on Northwoods and Glenshire that says something like, caution bike riders, because you have to cross the road to get on the bike trail. And I think that would be really a great, it would help safety immensely. So I put that to council, and again, I don't know what hoops you have to go through or who's in charge of that, but I push for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. We all get emails from Becky at 4:44 a.m., so that's okay. We appreciate it. And we'll thank the Public Works Department for all their great work on the trails.
Thank you, Mayor Pallavi, Town Council, Town staff, all my fellow citizens of this great community. I'm Paco Lindsay. At the last council meeting, a friend of mine, Harrison Beal, was up here speaking about riding his bicycle and being hit by a truck that turned into him by the PUD. He asked for safer bike lanes and whatnot. I have to say, on July 13th, I was riding my bicycle along Downer Pass Road going for a nice Saturday ride. And while going by the fire station in Wild Cherries, a car suddenly turned right in front of me, cutting me off. I collided with the vehicle. I ended up on the pavement. The police report did find that the driver was at fault. Fortunately, I was not badly injured. But I have to tell you, ending up on the pavement, looking up at the front of a car with a tire about inches away, that was something I do not wish on anybody. I feel that my 40 years of bicycle racing skills is most likely why I came out of this collision with an SUV with only minimal injuries. I used a lifetime of racing and riding skills to not just slam into the side of the vehicle, but to instead maneuver and strike more of a glancing blow off the side of the vehicle. My bike computer shows that I was traveling at 18 miles per hour, yet I avoided what easily could have been the situation of going directly through a window or being severely injured. I say this because many riders out there, especially younger kids, parents on bikes with young children, many do not have the same avoidance skills that decades of racing and riding thousands of miles each year has taught me. At the speed of my being hit, the impact of injuries could have been a lot worse for many other people. So I'm not talking about this. I'm not complaining. I'm not really griping. I'm just trying to bring up a safety issue. This is about people being hit while on a bike in a bike lane, and now is the time to let's address this issue as a community. Like myself and others, such as Harrison, being hit while in a bike lane, or the woman who was severely injured at Down Lake with the talk on the street that she was hit while riding in the bike lane. I feel that the time has come to really discuss safety for cyclists. Cycling in Truckee is seeing a surge that will only continue. I love seeing so many cyclists being out there, be it regular bikes, e-bikes, whatever, on the road. This ties in with two of the stated goals on the wall over there: reduce greenhouse gases and invest in key infrastructures and community connectivity. So I'm just kind of asking tonight that the community, let's really start talking about safety out there. I, for one, myself personally, I'm an advocate for green bike lanes. That's one of my personal things. I've done a lot of research into that. I'm really a big advocate for having some green lanes in the primary corridors, like from the hospital to Northwoods or along Down Lake. So again, I appreciate everything this town has done. We had no bike lanes 20 years ago. We have a tremendous system today. I'm just here to kind of make a comment to let's take the next step and make things safer. Thank you.
Thanks, Paco.
My name is Emily Cashton. I'm here to discuss the very dangerous problems of traffic speeding at Donner Lake. The over 100 comments made on Nextdoor in 2 days identifies this as a rampant problem around town. Please consider agendizing this issue and allocating funds to employ some sorely needed traffic calming interventions to help our police department keep residents and tourists safe. I have heard that Police Chief Renfro and some of his officers are deeply concerned with the problems of speeding and pedestrian safety due to a department spread thin that lacks easily available tools to make this community safer. When talking to a few officers putting in 20 minutes at Donner Lake, the traffic did travel close to the speed limit, but as soon as they left, speeding re-ensued. In trying to cross Donner Pass Road to the lake, I was almost hit by speeding vehicles 3 times in 2 weeks. Aggressive drivers are incensed if they have to slow down or stop for pedestrians, pounding on their horns, throwing obscene hand gestures. Donner Lake is not only a recreational area, but a residential neighborhood. Yet we have no crosswalks, pedestrian signs, stop signs, bulb outs, pedestrian blinking lights, or a continuous path for pedestrians to safely walk. Vehicles come off of the eastern roundabout at speed that only increases from 35 to 60 plus miles per hour, depending on the time of day, traffic flow, or if there is a police presence. This area has been used as a second freeway this entire summer due to all the highway construction. Cyclists, for the most part, are racing down that bike path. The limited parallel parking hugging the bike lanes obstructs walking paths. Speeding vehicles hauling large trailer boats adds more danger to the pedestrian who dares to walk in the bike lane. The noise is deafening, the dust is choking, and the situation is only one accident or fatality away from happening. Other suggestions include removable speed bumps and speed reduced to 25 miles during the summer months, fixed speed cameras, and a stoplight at the market to give pedestrians a fighting chance and force speed reduction. The limited parking along the lake is narrow at best, with no off-bike lane ability to open a car door safely without hitting a cyclist on the bike lane. The town's Share the Road program using bike lanes seems to only encourage vehicles and cyclists speeding and not the pedestrian. If the council is really as concerned as residents are, put our tax dollars to good use. Agendize this issue to show your concern. Please do not let a child, pet, or person be injured or killed due to not having some simple interventions involving traffic calming. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Emily.
Hello, one and all. My name is Jessie Griffin. I'm a senior. How many here are either taking care of seniors or are seniors? Okay. We have put Hardy Bullock on notice, and he is we are doing a questionnaire that will be in the paper and handed out to Meals on Wheels participants, anybody that wants to do this. It's very important. Where are we senior-wise in the general plan? Has anything happened with senior housing and with the hospital about getting an extended care enlargement with assisted living? I love you guys, Renfro and everybody. You know, I love you to death, but it's time to deal with seniors. We have a 6.5-year waiting list, and management is non-existent. What can I say? Jan, have you told them about Stuff the Bus? Jan? Woo-hoo.
Jesse, we're not going to reply. Just keep going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stuff the Bus for our kids. We need supplies, or there's a what's that square thing called? Q card, where you can scan it and
QR code.
Q code. Please donate for your kids. They need it. The parents are stressed. Other than that, I want to thank the fire department, the police department for keeping the fires and everything under control. You guys are doing a good job. Thank you.
Thanks, Jesse. Jan will be sure to tell us about the Stuff the Bus during his council reports at the end of our agenda.
Better.
He will. Emily, we've already heard from you.
This is
in
on a
public.
different topic, Mr. Polvey.
Yeah, I'm
I
pretty
believe
sure you
public
get
comment
3
allows us
minutes.
to speak on different
No,
concepts.
the time limit is per speaker, not per topic.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was under
I'm going to
the understanding. Emily, we've already listened to you. We have a big agenda this evening. You had your 3 minutes and you chose to use it. You sent us an email. We all got your email and we appreciate it very much. It's all public record.
Brown Act, you cannot
Emily.
object. I submitted 2 documents. I was not told that I could only.
Emily, you have 3 minutes. You've already taken that. I'm going to ask that you have a seat, please.
I have to talk about the subject.
We're going to adjourn for 5 minutes. Okay, we're gonna reconvene, readjourn. I don't know what we're doing. We're gonna reconvene. Any other public comment this evening from anyone? Any other public comment? Great. Yeah, pertaining to agenda item, hold off on that. We'll get to that in a moment. Great. We're going to close public comment for this evening, and we're going to move on to our presentations. We have 1, 2, 3. We have 4 presentations this evening, and I'm going to ask Kristen Crone from Wild Cherries to come and meet me at the podium, please.
You're not going to call me Ivana?
I was going to make a joke, but nobody would get that because that was a different meeting. So I'll just leave it out.
We have 3 minutes, Dave.
We have 3 minutes. No, we get as long as we want. That's the best part. Local businesses are special. They're owned by people who live in our community. They donate to local charities. They volunteer in the community. They provide services and character that make our community unique and special. We're going to hear from our chamber this evening, and it's very appropriate that small local businesses really make our community a better place to live. As a local business owner myself, I've wanted to recognize and celebrate all of our small businesses this year that make our community so unique and special. So tonight, on behalf of the Town Council, we would like to recognize Wild Cherries, and Kristen Crone is the owner of Wild Cherries. Kristen is such a Wild Cherries is such a treasured community gathering space. You host coffee chats where we as the town and our other regional special district partners meet with the community and have really great conversations about community issues and concerns. This week, you and your team arrived very early in the morning, and I didn't know this, so I'm so happy that this information got to me. You and your team arrived early in the morning to prepare breakfast for the fire and emergency crews responding to the past fire. And you've also been working in partnership with the town and the Humane Society of Truckee, Tahoe to celebrate Captain Muggs's birthday by making Muggs bread. Muggs's birthday is August 28th, and for anybody that didn't know, the police department adopted Muggs from the Humane Society of Truckee, Tahoe. We do have Muggs present with us this evening as well. town staff connected with Kristen about a partnership to celebrate mugs and raise awareness for the Humane Society and all the great dogs that can be adopted there, and really welcomed into your family. So Kristen, you were so supportive, you immediately jumped in to support the effort by making mugs bread for the entire month of August. This amazingly cool bread. I hope that you tell us about, yeah, you might as well. I hope you tell us about it. Oh, it's really big.
There's a few in there.
Yeah, there's a lot in there, but we can show it off. Whoa, it's also quite heavy. Where was I? This special bread is available Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday at Wild Cherries, and along with signage at Wild Cherries here at Town Hall and at the Humane Society that has a QR code. And so anybody would like to make a donation to the Humane Society in celebration of Muggs' birthday, you can use that QR code and the donation will go directly to there it is, now it's on the screen, to the Humane Society. So with the past fire, Kristen, just the overwhelming support, Wild Cherry's support of providing breakfast for the past fire response teams, and with August also being named National Dog Month, it's a great reminder to celebrate Muggs, to celebrate all of them, our amazing furry friends that are available for adoption, but also when thinking about emergency preparedness and preparing your pets for an emergency or evacuation. Also with us tonight, we have Stephanie Nisler, the CEO of the Humane Society. So Stephanie, you can come on up as well and join us up here. And I'm going to just pass it on to Kristen first and just thank you so much for partnering with the town and providing such a valuable community space and service and a long-time business. And pass it over to you first, and then we'll let Stephanie say something, and then we're going to you can't run away. We're going to take a really quick picture, and the three of you, we would love for you to join us when we go to take said picture, so I'm preparing you ahead of time. Thank you, and here's your plaque. Look at this, wow. You guys. What?
Wow, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Wow. Thank you, Mayor Pallavi. Thank you, Town Councils. Thank you, Town of Truckee. I'm overwhelmed, positively overwhelmed and surprised. I had no idea. I thought this was just a thank you for the collaboration with the Humane Society. And I'm very honored for this award for being part of the community, because that's something that we take seriously. And I hope this is a regular thing for more businesses, because being part of the community is what we're most proud of. Thank you. And also, just to speak to the staff, I'm really just a conduit. It was the bakery and the manager of the bakery and Yvonne who jumped at the opportunity to do something with the Humane Society, to do something for the fire department, CAL FIRE. It's an honor. So, in fact, yeah, thank you. That's all I really want to say is thank you. Thank you very much for this awesome award.
Kristen, would you like to show your bread?
I'd like to show the bread, actually. We did this. It's very difficult to do the Muggs stencil, so it looks a little like a ghost Muggs. But for the rest of August, and we'll just keep going with it too. I mean, mostly what we wanted to do was bring awareness. And I think that's what we can do best at Wild Cherries. We have a lot of people going through, is bring awareness to what's going on with the Humane Society and Pet Month. And so we did a little stencil of mugs and met mugs, and it was kind of fun. So come on in, get your loaf. Thank you.
And all I really want to say is thank you so much to Kristen and Yvonne and all of Wild Cherries. You have been incredible to the Humane Society from the jump, and we are so thankful for that. And this was a surprise to us too, and it's going to be meaningful, because having that exposure for us in Wild Cherries is going to be great, and it'll help really, hopefully, inspire more people to adopt. And I also just want to thank the PD and Lisa for adopting mugs. That means a lot to us, that the champion of the town came from the shelter, and you know, they didn't have to choose adoption. They didn't have to choose the Humane Society of Truckee, Tahoe, but they did. And that's what it's all about for us. These dogs that are, you know, unwanted, unloved, uncared for, abandoned, and then their lives turn around and then they become like the community superstar and they have the most phenomenal life ever. And that's what we're here to do. And so thank you to the PD, thank you to the town, and thank you to Kristen.
Yeah. We're going to take a quick picture, so why don't you guys come and join us? And Lieutenant Madden, please join us as well with Officer Muggs. And I just want to say thanks to the employees at Wild Cherries and everybody really at Wild Cherries as well. Super awesome crew there and always friendly faces and a great local business. So we're happy to support them. We're going to go in the middle. Here for now. Okay. Next one up. Jessica, you can. Or maybe Hillary's going to introduce you. Are you introducing? Item 5.2 this evening, we have our Truckee Chamber of Commerce annual update, and maybe Hillary is going to start, or no? Or we're just going to hand it over to Jessica?
We're just going to hand it over to Jessica.
Jessica Penman, CEO.
Our President and CEO of the Chamber.
Yes, take it away.
Awesome. I'm Jessica Penman, President and CEO of the Truckee Chamber of Commerce. Thank you, Mayor Pallavi and council members and staff for having us today. Am I just telling you, Hillary? Next slide. All right, next slide. So quickly, about the Truckee Chamber. So we actually created a new mission statement this year and a vision statement. So the Truckee Chamber of Commerce is dedicated to strengthening the long-term economic health of our community and increasing opportunities to empower our members. We're Truckee's premier voice of business and a world-class connector for our mountain community. We have 3 strategic pillars: advocate for business, bolster economic prosperity, and cultivate community connection. We currently have 545 members with 59 new members in the last fiscal year. And part of how we fulfill our mission is with a contract with the town of Truckee. So I'm going to go ahead and present on that now. We have 4 full-time staff members, as well as 8 part-time Welcome Center concierge. And thank you, staff, for being here today. Next slide. And then this is our board of directors, who I also want to thank is here today. We have 11 members of our board that represent different business sectors throughout our community. Okay. I have 33 slides in 10 minutes, so tell me if I'm talking too fast. Did a lot of work. Economic vitality is one of the pillars of our contract with the town. And one of the first things that we are working on with that is a business landscape study. I'm not going to read all of that on the slide, but what we're looking to do is figure out who is actually operating a business or serving the community of Truckee. As most people probably know, we don't have a business license program, so this is a way to try to understand that information without implementing that. Next slide. We've run into some challenges. I don't think any of us expected this process to be quite as difficult as it has been. We have a working committee that is working on this, but one of our challenges has been defining what sphere of influence of a business for us really means. Are we really looking at people that are coming up from Reno or Sacramento to do business here? Are we really just looking at people that have brick and mortar offices here? Are we looking at home businesses here? So trying to understand exactly what the scope of this work is. We, for this first year, really focused on those brick and mortar as well as people that are coming into Truckee community to do work such as contractors or things like that, and haven't been looking at that home-based remote worker. Another challenge has been receiving that information or finding that information. We're able to gather different lists. We have a list, Contractors Association, TDMA. We've been working with the town, which thank you, Chris, that we actually got that list today. So that's really exciting. Fictitious business names from the county, and then correlating all that information takes a really long time. And then how to keep everything up to date. So we can make this list and it'll be great for 1 minute, and then it'll be not relevant anymore. So, we're trying to kind of work through some of that. Next slide. So some next steps that we're looking at this is to create an RFP to find a consultant to kind of help us manage that data that we have now, make sure we're designing a system to keep it up to date, and then looking at, now we have this information, what are we actually going to do with it? How are we going to use it to help impact our community in a positive way? And Napa County is actually currently exploring a similar process, and we're working closely with them to figure out, to make sure we're sharing lessons learned from this last year and exploring potential partnerships in that. Next slide. Another piece of our contract is business data collection. So we send out membership surveys, and I did create a report that you also received that has more detailed information on this. But one of the biggest questions we always ask is, issues that are facing business, and by far the top two were attracting and retaining employees, and then economic factors, which there's more information underneath that. But how are we then working with our businesses and the town to create programs to help with that attracting and retaining employees? We also sent out specific surveys around issues. One we did was for the post office. We were hearing from a lot of businesses, both the town and the chamber, of post office issues. We sent out a survey to the membership and then invited local and regional representation from the post office for a meeting, and really worked collaboratively to kind of come up with some solutions for some of those problems. We're currently doing a business listening tour where we're interviewing 30 to 40 businesses throughout town that don't have to be a chamber member, and really kind of diving into some of those issues that they're hearing and working on solutions. And then we did just sign a contract with Placer, not Placer, AI, which is a location tool that uses location analytics from your cell phone, and we're going to be able to kind of create a plan around that data, and I look forward to being able to talk more about that after our initial call with them tomorrow. Next slide. Business education is an important tenet of our contract as well. So we have our monthly Lunch and Learn series, which we launched in March of 2023. We create interactive programs with tangible business takeaways. We've had several different presenters from the town. Chris Hardy's cybersecurity one ended up being remote, but it was still one of our best attended. And we continue to work with the town on different programs that impact business and how we can get the word out. So far, we've had 316 participants. That was for last year, and that program's just growing. Next slide. Another business education piece is our new Town Talks program. This is a quarterly program that we launched in partnership with the town. We've held 3 of them so far. The first one was on business safety. We've also done a program on the unhoused, and then a downtown parking. So far, we've had 83 community members that have attended this, and we look forward to growing that as well. And that's hosted at the Lift Wellness and Workspace, which is a great partnership. Truckee Jobs Collective. Truckee Jobs Collective is probably the most successful program that came out of Truckee Tomorrow that's still running. Go ahead and go to the next slide. So just Truckee Jobs Collective overview. We continue to be a widely used asset and successful program for the community. We had 1,420 jobs posted in the fiscal year for 23-24. We migrated to a new site. We did a site refresh that has really helped not just staff time, but it's much more user-friendly. And when we used a local company to do that, Peak Digital Studios, our user feedback has been really positive since we've moved over to that new site. We had 46 active employer profiles transfer in April, and as of June 30th, we were up to 130 employer profiles on that, and that's all active people that are actively using the site. And then we send out new jobs this week, which is a publication, an e-blast, to over 3,000 subscribers with each week with an average open rate of 48.5%. We've actually recently been getting inquiries from other communities looking at how they can model this, because it's very hard to have a local, regional job board that's successful when you're trying to compete with things like Indeed and ZipRecruiter. All right, workforce development. This is probably my favorite thing that we did this last year. Thank you. I'm going to say Chris Hardy's name a lot tonight, I guess. Chris, again, for bringing this idea. So the Truckee North Tahoe Tech Teens, you can go ahead and go to the next slide. So this was a program in collaboration between the Chamber, the Town of Truckee, Truckee Tahoe Airport, Truckee Donner PUD, Tahoe Forest Healthcare System, and the Tahoe Truckee Unified School District. It was a month-long, 6-week-long program where we took 13 students to each location and taught them about different technology careers that exist. It was incredibly successful. We had a great time, and we're really looking forward to the next year. You can go to the next slide. There's some of our successes. So like I said, 13 Truckee High School students went through. We got all positive feedback from students, parents, and our agency partners. We did a partner debrief in June, and everyone has signed on to do it another year. We're looking at adding a public safety day and actually using, taking that to the lake, because we would like to incorporate some North Tahoe students as well. So trying to figure out a way to make that partnership work. And then we're also looking at if we can use this type of program to look at other industries in the area and replicate it. Okay. A couple other things, it's a lot of words on that slide, that we worked on this year. I was a member of the Tahoe Truckee Unified School District CTE committee as the only non-education member, employee member, really looking at the strengths and weaknesses of the current TTUSD, CTE pathways, and thinking of ways that we can incorporate CTE skills throughout earlier curriculum. So instead of just looking at it from a high school or even middle school, how are we building those business skills at a younger age, specifically in elementary school, which is something I'm very passionate about. And then we are working with the SBC on a partnership for youth entrepreneurship. We're still trying to figure out exactly what this is going to look like. But in 2022, SBC included youth for the first time in their pitch camp event, which was very successful. So we're trying to think of a way we can do something similar, but just focused on youth. So working on that and hoping to have that launch in the fall. And then we held the annual Truckee Job Fair on May 1st. This year it didn't snow. Last year it did on May 1st, so that was good. And we had 34 employers with over 200 job seekers participate this year. About 70% of those job seekers were students, and those looking for seasonal work, where 30% were looking for full-time employment. And we know of several that hired employees right on the spot. And it was, I've just done the 2 now in this region, and this one I think we had twice as many people come than we did last year, so it was really successful. Community Connection. So we have our Community Connection program, formerly Big Life Connections, but we have rebranded to Community Connection. It has 3 kind of pillars. The first is our newsletter. It's 100% an opt-in newsletter that goes out once a month. We have a little bit over 1,000 subscribers with a really good average open rate of over 54%. We do a lot of promotion of events, community events through this, as well as local nonprofits that are doing good work. And then we hold community connection specific events, which are meant to bring community members together. In this last fiscal year, we did our first VIP community connection tent at the 4th of July parade, which we brought back for a second year this year because it was so successful. We do 2 groups with the haunted tour. We did a partnership with the Food Hub, Roundhouse, and Sierra Community House to bring Santa to their event in December and did Santa pictures, Sugar Rush tubing, and then we did an open house at the Kids Zone as well, with over 200 community members attending these. And then we published the quarterly Truckee Insider Guide magazine. 14,000 copies of that go out to homes, as well as it's placed around different locations in Truckee, and it's available at the Welcome Center. It's really geared towards locals, not visitors, which makes it a little different than the other publications that you see around. And we had really great feedback from our spring edition, which was the Women in High Places article, and really focused on women-owned businesses, as well as people really like Sven on the cover of this last one. So, and those are just a couple of photos from the Community Connections events. And then we run the Core Values Fund, which is a partnership between us, the town, and then the Community Foundation. It's small grants for events that are hosted within Truckee. We funded 17 events this last year, and there's a list of them there to the tune of almost $30,000. And then we're also a member of the Truckee Cultural District, which this was a really significant year for the Cultural District, hiring Kelly Cutler as the first program manager. And then we've also been actively sitting on the subcommittee for mini grants, where they're re-granting dollars out to local artists, and then also participate in the review committee for the Arts and Culture Master Plan RFP, which is up and running. So more to come on that. And then the last part of our contract is the Welcome Center. So for fiscal 23-24, the Welcome Center saw a little bit over 140,000 visitors through its door. We also are the Greyhound and Amtrak stop. They report on a calendar basis, but in 2020, those are 2023 numbers there. Next, that's a picture from the Big Boy Day when we saw over 2,000 people through the Welcome Center in one day. We have ended our contract with Visit California. We are no longer a California Welcome Center, and we're putting that money into branding ourselves as the Truckee Welcome Center. So some new signage around town, well as on our building, to try to really bring people's awareness that we're a visitor information center as well as a bathroom. We also are very thankful to Visit Truckee Tahoe for funding us for 2 new digital kiosks that are on their way. These will enhance visitor engagement, and they're also going to be able to book overnight lodging through that, through them, touch screens, and just some ways to kind of update some of the technology in that space right now. Once we get them, we'll do a little mini ribbon cutting. I'll let you guys know. And then we do visitor collateral. So we produce several different guides each year. Our visitor guide, which we print over 10,000 of, the dining guide, which gets updated twice a year, and a hike and bike guide. We also print the paved bike trails for the Truckee Trails Foundation and the historic walking map for the Truckee Downtown Merchants. And then we are thankful again for Visit Truckee Tahoe. We have their town map that they created, the snow play area map, and then their new sustainable visitor guide as well that we give out to people. We did a Welcome Center focus group in the spring, and really this is just the SWOT analysis from that group. We'll bring the group back together in the fall most likely, but we know that there are some issues at the Welcome Center. We have issues similar to other people downtown with the unhoused, with theft and things like that, and we're trying to really work on ways that we can be the best community resource possible. 140,000 people, we want to have our best foot forward when people are coming through there and experiencing our town, often for the first time through those doors. So how are we, making sure the Welcome Center is the best asset that we can make it? And so we're actively working on that and creating stronger partnerships with Visit Truckee Tahoe, as well as TDMA, to talk about the future of what management of that space looks like. A few extra things. These are things that we did this last year but are not part of the contract, but I did just want to mention them. Good morning, Truckee. Our attendance, almost 700 people in this last year. We have definitely seen an increase in participation since we moved that to 8 a.m. instead of 7 a.m. Mixers, we do those monthly. Our Top of the Town, which is our community awards, which those tickets are on sale for that now. And then we this year started a How to Run for Office workshop. Civic responsibility and engagement is a big thing that I'm very passionate about and something I think the chamber should be involved in. You know, we have over 25 different open elected positions in our region for this election cycle. So, you know, trying to educate people if they're interested in running. And then our 4th of July parade, attendees, a lot. I can't tell you how many there were, but with Placer AI next year, I will be able to do that. And, you know, this year we had another great 4th of July parade. Thank you for the town for your support in that with volunteers to help during the day with Public Works and all of that good stuff. So what's next? Go back one more. Yeah, there we go. Then we can look at Augie. So a couple of things for as far as the contract is looking at for this coming year. One thing we didn't get to is creating business success programs. So working closely with Carissa, the economic vitality analyst, we're looking to launch some programs to really help businesses understand how they can be successful here, whether that is starting a business, creating how to open a business guides and updating that information, and figure out what all those roadblocks are that we're seeing and working collectively to move forward. We're also talking about revamping some of the Community Connection program. That program was created during COVID when we had an influx of new residents to try to get them connected in the community. And while I think the newsletter and the magazine are doing that, the events I think could be doing a little more. So we're exploring doing something like a Citizens Academy type program, which would be almost like Tech Teens, but for adults. So we would partner with different agencies and different organizations in town. It would be probably a 6-month program where you would go in and really learn how our community works. It's a complicated community to understand how to get things done here. So trying to think of ways that we could do that. And then, like I already mentioned, but continue to develop those partnerships with the Welcome Center to really figure out how we can make that the best it can be. Now you can show Augie. All right. So thank you.
Thank you. Jessica, before you leave, will you take a quick minute to just quickly introduce your board and staff that are present? And then if you don't mind sticking around, we'll do questions on all of the presentations at the end of our next two, if you don't mind. But do a quick introduction.
Sure.
So people know.
Staff, if you guys want to stand up first. So Melissa Williams is our marketing and communications manager. Marissa Rudder, whose name I have to remember is different now, is our membership and programs manager. And then Ruth Garcy is the director of operations and manages our Welcome Center and is celebrating 24 years with the chamber. And then Bill Greeno with Quality Automotive is our past chair. Raven Whittington with Porter Simon is our current chair. And then, oh, look, it's my executive committee that's here. And then Amber Burke is our chair-elect. And Kelly, sorry, I didn't see you there. And Kelly is program manager with the Cultural District and on the board as well.
Awesome. Thank you. Yeah. Thanks, everybody, for your service and your long-time employment, Ruth, very much so. And stick around. We might have some questions for you guys at the end. With that, we're going to hand it over to Jen for our Employee Incentive Awards.
Great, thank you. Good evening. And it's exciting to have so many people here in the audience tonight and be doing these and sharing the good work that our staff are doing. Also, thank you for your patience. We've had a lot of items on the agenda so far, so appreciate a little extra time this evening. So every quarter, for those at home and in the audience that aren't aware, we acknowledge employees that are doing outstanding work with the town. These are nominated by other colleagues in the town, and we present these at our quarterly all-employee meetings. So we have a number of them to share with you tonight. The first is Kaylee Matreko. Kaylee is a member of our planning department, and she stepped up when we had a maternity leave, and when she was able to provide support for R2SC members by taking minutes, posting agendas, prepping meetings, and more. R2SC is our River Revitalization Steering Committee, and it is a big responsibility and a big lift. They meet quite frequently, and there's many different action teams for that committee. So Carissa had nominated Kaylee for her work in continuing to support that effort while Carissa was on leave. We also have Taylor Crouch for integrity, teamwork, accountability, commitment, and excellence. Taylor was also nominated for her support of R2SC. We have a number of action teams with R2SC, and we We weren't necessarily anticipating that when we started this process, but we did need clerk support for those in terms of posting agendas, developing agendas, and providing minutes for those action teams. And Taylor jumped in. She's learned a lot in that process, and she's so well organized and has such a great attention to detail that it's gone really smoothly, and it's been a great opportunity for Taylor, and we appreciate her volunteering to do that. We have Johnny Hood, Tom Dwyer, and Josh Balzer out at our Public Works Courtyard. They were nominated for teamwork, commitment, and excellence. We've had a very hot summer this summer. In one of those 90-degree days, we lost AC here at Town Hall, and that was quite an uncomfortable experience for many of us. And Tom and Johnny and Josh rushed over, and they were able to fix that for us. So we were very thankful for that. James Blattler, Chris Hardy, Logan McDonald, Connor Drews, and Brett Clark. And we have Chris and James here tonight, so thanks for being here. They were nominated for teamwork, excellence, and commitment. Sure many people have heard at this point, but on July 19th, we were affected by the worldwide outage that happened for a computer system failure. And James quickly activated the EOC, and the IT team, Chris, Logan, Connor, and Brent, were back in action. And by Tuesday morning, July 23rd, everybody was back up and running, and there was no interruption to the community in terms of our services that were offered. So appreciate that fast work on behalf of the community and the IT team. Logan McDonald in our IT department, he was nominated twice. And this nomination for excellence in teamwork is really just, Logan is a phenomenal coworker and employee in the town, just all around humble, kind person. He's always very thoughtful with his recommendations, very considerate of what he's asking of his teammates and how he's providing guidance and support for them. And so that was a great nomination to see, just for the overall work that he does for our team. Ruby Lindquist, Hope Zerzek, and Robert Ellis. Mr. Warble spoke earlier about the photo exhibit, and Ruby, Hope, and Robert were instrumental, along with Kelly Cutler, who's here tonight. But the town doesn't do art exhibits, so this was a first for us. And Ruby and Hope stepped in, planned everything out, and Robert jumped in at the last minute to help hang everything. So wanted to recognize them for their work in kind of this new area that we've stepped into. Annika Kimmy, she was one of our Civic Sparks Fellows. Annika's last day was a few weeks ago, but Annika jumped in on the housing side of things, and she was really instrumental in our Rooted Renters program, which was widely successful. And she did a lot of work in our housing arena. We're going to miss her, but we were glad for her presence here at the town and all the work she did to advance housing for our community. James Blattler, also here, in Braun Roberts. They jumped in immediately with the Royal Fire incident. That was the one up over the pass by Soda Springs. We activated the EOC. I'm not sure if many people realize the role the town has in emergency preparedness. So even if it's not within town limits, we do provide support whenever we can to surrounding emergencies. So we activated our EOC. James was up at the morning briefings, up at evening briefings. We were all working together. Braun put together talking points that were used by 211, Placer County, and a number of our agencies, just to provide them with some capacity to focus on other work and support them in that effort. So their excellence, teamwork, and commitment was acknowledged for both of them. And then lastly, Jessica Thompson. For anybody that was able to watch the bridge being set over West River Street, Jessica managed that process, or that project, as well as the streetscape project that's still going on. It's a big effort. Both of those projects are huge projects for the town. A lot of coordination with many different agencies and partners, a lot of coordination with property owners and residents along that area. And Jessica did a great job and continues to do a good job with all of that messaging and arranging of those projects. So thanks to Jessica and everybody that was nominated this quarter.
Thank you. Am I opening the town manager report? So I'm going to give a quick introduction, and then Jen will follow up. But today we were honored to receive this very official looking record. It is a congressional record, and I'm just going to take a moment to read you all. This was presented to us by Congressman Kevin Kiley, and apparently this was read on the House floor, although do we know the exact date it was read on the House floor?
We do not, but
We
we'll
do
find
not,
out.
but it was read on the House floor, and I will just repeat it for you all tonight. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize the Tahoe Truckee Area Regional Transit Micro Transit Service, known as TART Connect, for providing over 1 million rides in the North Lake Tahoe Truckee region. Since its inception in 2021, this free, on-demand, and curb-to-curb transportation solution has revolutionized public transportation in the Tahoe area. In order to participate in the program, residents and visitors simply order a ride from a mobile app, and then from there can travel to a number of local spots or can even connect to a mainline bus system. Originally implemented in Placer and Washoe counties, the popularity of this service has led to its expansion throughout the North Shore and town of Truckee in the years since. Recognizing that outdoor recreation and tourism is a main driver of Tahoe's economy, TART Connect provides a remedy to the traffic challenges posed by 15 million visitors per year. Not only has this program improved traffic conditions, reducing congestion and high vehicle volume on the roadway, but it also promotes environmental health and sustainability, protecting the stunning natural beauty of the Tahoe region while meeting the demands of this economic growth. Surpassing 1 million rides is a testament to the success of TART Connect and the vital role it plays in fostering sustainable and accessible transportation options that enhance mobility and connectivity, enriching the lives of those who visit or live in Tahoe. Therefore, on behalf of the United States House of Representatives and California's 3rd Congressional District, I am honored to recognize TART Connect in celebration of this historic milestone. So that's pretty cool. So we really just want to appreciate Congressman Kiley for presenting this award to TART Connect and the region's excellent mobility that we've been able to enact. So take it away.
Great, thank you. We're going to start out tonight. We haven't had a council meeting for months, so we've got a few updates to share and things that have happened. But we're going to start with our emergency services manager, James Blattler, on an update for the past fire and the power outage that happened the last couple of days.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor and Council. Pleased to be presenting this overview based on the outcome, and fortunately resulted in no injuries, fatalities, or loss of structures, but definitely wanted to take the opportunity to come in and give you a little bit more of an overview on what happened Sunday. We had kind of 2 emergencies occur. And so I'll be going over the past fire and also the electric outage that we had, which in itself is not technically an emergency with the loss of power, but can quickly turn into an emergency for those that are medically dependent on electricity or other issues. And so first wanted to go over the past fire. So the past fire, it did start in the afternoon on Sunday on the 13th. About 3:05 p.m. is when the dispatch went out. And so that fire was burning. As you can see, there's some images there of it, really between Safeway and Coyote Moon Golf Course. As of today, about 95% contained as of this morning, 3.3 acres. The fire district put out a final update on that fire earlier this afternoon, and very fortunate to see that they were able to successfully extinguish the fire before it spread to other areas. The cause is still under investigation, and that work is still ongoing, along with extinguishing any hot spots. So fire crews will be staying committed to that fire, patrolling and making sure that any hot spots that are observed are quickly extinguished. So wanted to highlight some of the actions and coordination that took place after the fire started. Quickly went into unified command between the Truckee Police Department, Truckee Fire Protection District, CAL FIRE, and the town of Truckee. The EOC was quickly activated at a level 3, which is really our lowest level of activation, so level 1 being our highest level of activation, and currently dropped down to duty officer status, which is really when you're thinking about level 3 versus duty officer, it's how many people are needed to come in and help support the incident. And level 3 is much more hands on deck. We had help with logistics, a lot more help with communications, and a lot more coordination going on. Duty officer really rests typically within the Office of Emergency Services, myself, helping lead the effort on a lot of the coordination and effort there. But definitely couldn't hit that issue without talking about the fantastic work that our public communications manager, Brom Roberts, does, is integral in any type of EOC response, even down to the duty officer level. So some of the actions there, public information, very important part of the EOC. Some of the actions within this incident were a utilization of Genesis for the zones, formerly known as Zone Haven. And so those were quickly put into place. So 4 zones were put into an evacuation warning status. Code Red was able to be used to communicate that via an emergency alert to the community about those evacuation warning zones and the existence of the fire itself. Social media was leveraged to make sure we were getting out the message on all our channels. And then also Bron was quick to respond to media inquiries and help push a lot of the current information out to our partners in the media to make sure our community members stay informed. Logistics was supporting the incident by providing not glamorous, but very essential porta potties to the incident, make sure that the responders have facilities to use, that way they can work throughout the day and night, and also food as well. A lot of the work that the EOC does as well, in particular to this fire, partner agency coordination. So Nevada County Office of Emergency Services was really quick to help connect with us. They helped establish a connection with the American Red Cross to put them on standby just in case an evacuation shelter was needed. Additionally, we coordinated with the Tahoe Truckee Unified School District because some of our best facilities to use for an evacuation shelter was potentially in harm's way. And so we wanted to make sure that we had some redundant sites that could be used whether for a temporary evacuation point or an overnight emergency shelter if needed. And so we were able to connect with them and secure some resources if they were needed ultimately. Fortunately, they were not. Definitely wanted to highlight the request for mutual aid is essential and a part of the process. So we were able to receive help from a number of agencies, both on the fire and law enforcement side. So Placer County, Nevada County really helped quickly come in and helped respond to this incident. I did want to highlight that there was a closure on the Trout Creek Trail, which concluded, I believe, this afternoon. That was mostly used for access for the firefighters, and they wanted to make sure that was closed to the public for safety issues and allow the firefighters to access the fire and extinguish the hot spots there in their continued patrols. So very unfortunate timing. Later on in the evening on Sunday, there was a fire that was occurring near Verdi, the Gold Ranch fire, and we were we are unfortunately the receiving end of a new policy that NV Energy has put out this year, which is about emergency de-energization. And so that is in place whenever they feel that their infrastructure or power lines are threatened by a fire, that they will, on an emergency basis, shut down power. Well, unfortunately, the transmission lines that were threatened provide energy to our area, not just Truckee, but all the way from North Lake Tahoe up to the Portola area. And so this is a new policy. It really was created as a result of some litigation, so liability, safety concerns. And unfortunately with this, it's different from a public safety power shutoff or a public safety outage management, what NV Energy calls it, in that we don't get any notification for these emergency outages. So they happen very suddenly, and not even our partners at the Truckee Donner Public Utility District gets notified in advance for these outages. So it was a large impact. Fortunately, they were able to re-energize the lines by the end of the night, but is a strong reminder on what we're facing this summer during the fire season. So some of the response items I wanted to highlight is that we quickly went into coordination with the PUD and Liberty Electric to see what their actions were going to be. We offered up resources to help stand up any community resource center, or as the PUD likes to call it, an outage center, to make sure they had the resources, whether it was staffing or a generator. We have a mobile generator that was donated to the town from the American Red Cross. We delivered that down to the Community Arts Center just to make sure that if that outage was going to be a long duration, they'd be able to stand it up at 8 a.m. in the morning and help serve the community needs. We also coordinated with COAD, the community organizations active in disasters, for support, and they were going to be able to help provide staffing support for that center. And finally, couldn't miss talking about the public communication to make sure our community members stayed informed on what was happening and the impacts and where to get help. And so with that, next steps from here, anytime we have an EOC activation, we make sure that we do an after action report and improvement plan. So that will be forthcoming. We've already done some debriefs with some of our partners, some internally, and we have more planned in the near future. So that'll be likely something that'll come to your attention at a future date and give you an overview on some of the important lessons that we've learned.
James, can I just add a couple quick things, because I think it's important. You sort of glanced over some of the partners. So for anybody who doesn't know, my business was actually directly behind or in front of this fire, however you want to put it. My staff and I were literally right out the back door as all these engines were pulling up. And I think what James didn't quite give enough credit to was the mutual aid piece of this entire thing and the partners that have come together to really aid each other no matter where this emergency is. I know you mentioned CAL FIRE, obviously, Truckee Fire Protection District, our police department, Placer and Nevada County Sheriffs. Olympic Valley Fire District was there, and within like 10 minutes, we had the Department of Corrections up working the fire. They came all the way up from Marysville or Yuba City and were literally on site within 90 minutes. We had that 737 that you all saw flying over. That's actually on loan from Australia to the federal government, and it was servicing our town. It was amazing. The 3 helicopters were from El Dorado County, Sacramento. All of that air attack did not originate here in Truckee. Not a single piece of air equipment, is that accurate? Not a single piece of air equipment came from the Truckee airport, from at least what the CAL FIRE guys told me.
Yeah, I would say that was likely correct.
Yeah.
And it's yeah.
So that just speaks to the support. It was like crazy watching it all go down and really how everybody responded. So just a really big thank you.
Yeah, just to quickly respond to that, I was trying to keep it the presentation a little bit
Thank
brief,
you.
but
No,
it's
we appreciate
really,
that too.
we're lucky here in California. It's the California Fire resources as a whole, the way that they coordinate and mutual aid system. We're very lucky. It's the best in the world, to be honest. And so a lot of countries and states really reach out to California to try to learn why we're so successful at it. So as even though we have that threat here in Truckee, we're lucky to have that resource right there to support us.
Yeah. Thank you for the report. Super helpful. We appreciate it.
Yeah, so just to close that piece of the town manager report out, so big takeaways, know your zone. With this combination of incidences with the power outage and not knowing when your power would come back on, getting alerts would have been challenging. That's why our CRC was really crucial, so people could come and power their devices and get those alerts had the fire expanded beyond what it did. And also in the moment of getting alerts and not having something written where your zone is really clear to you, it can be difficult and a little bit overwhelming if you're receiving that alert saying there's a warning, there's a fire nearby. So really know your zones. We have magnets for people to put on their refrigerators. We have them at all of our events. And if you need one, reach out and we'll get those to you. I'm just going to echo the mayor's comments and thank everybody for their response. It's critical for us to respond and help our partner agencies when there's a need, and we receive that back. So we really appreciate that. In June, the last meeting in June, the council approved the wildfire protection agreement with CAL FIRE. That is such a huge component of the resources that we get from CAL FIRE. So this year, you actually expanded that contract by about 17% in terms of acreage covered. And it's just really critical to get that support from CAL FIRE. It's an insurance policy in some ways is how I look at it. So just wanted to remind you of that. And then the Trout Creek Trail, it is reopened, as James mentioned. You will see fire crews out there tomorrow and Thursday as they continue to watch for hotspots. So don't be surprised by that, but you're welcome to use the trail. Just a couple other updates, and I'll go quickly so that we can get to the business items for the night. But we do have our Dark Skies photo exhibit that was mentioned earlier that is on display through Labor Day weekend. So if you have not been out there to see that, encourage people to do so. It really is special to see the pictures of our night skies in this region. We have new bee cycles at Regional Park. There's a new station there, so if you're looking for a stop at Regional Park, you can use the bee cycles to go visit the park, recreate there, and then bike on back to your original destination. There's paving and drainage work that's happening this week. All the information on where that's happening can be found on our social media accounts, but it's out in Glenshire, Tahoe, Donner, and on the Legacy Trail, so there is a lot of work going on. And then I'm going to continue with our kind of infrastructure transportation theme for the moment and show a quick video. We had a tour with Capital Corridor that came up here and filmed how you can get around the Truckee Tahoe region without using a vehicle. So it's pretty brief. I'm just going to play that quickly. And before I do that, the last thing I have, and then we can move on from this in questions, is we have a community survey out for building energy use. And you can find that on our website. Please take that and help us inform future conversations about building energy. A little catchy. I didn't want to turn it off. But that's all the report we have tonight.
We like the woohoos. Yeah, thank you. Thanks for all those presentations from everybody this evening. Seeing as it's about 6:20, hopefully there's few questions from council, but if there are any burning questions you'd like to get out, now is the time. Councilmember Romack, you're good. Councilmember Klövstad.
No, I just want to particularly thank Jessica Penman and all the chamber attendees. Great work you guys are doing. We're so fortunate to coordinate and collaborate with you and our cultural district. Thank you.
And Vice Mayor Zabriskie, any questions?
Anna speaks for me, and I think for the other council members as well. Thank you.
Great. Any public comment on any of our presentations this evening? Any at all? No? Great. If you have public comment, you do have to get up because we are televised. So you got to get up and use the microphone because then everybody at home can hear you and see you. Thank you. And state your name. Yeah. Dave, is the microphone on? Did you have the green? There you
sorry.
go. There you go. Start again.
My name's Dave Sheets, and I had a question about the past fire. Earlier that day, there was another fire, and it appeared to be in the same location. At that time, on watch duty, it was called the Donner Fire, and I didn't hear anything about that. I want to know how that played into it, if it was, in fact, at the same location. It sure appeared it did. I took pictures at 8:43 that morning of a plume of smoke coming up, and later in the day, there was the past fire. That's
correct. So firefighters did respond to a fire earlier that day in that area. So the cause is under investigation, I believe, of both fires. I'd have to defer over to the police chief down there if there's any information that can be shared about what's under investigation. Very much used to be my world to be able to comment on that stuff in my prior life, but I need to stay in my lane here in emergency services. So I don't know if Chief Renfro has anything that he might be able to add.
Yeah, there's really nothing that we could share at this point other than it's just an open and active of investigation as far as cause of both of those fires. I
Great.
wish I could share more.
Yeah. And I did arrive that morning to all of the same trucks that were back there. Yes. Any other public comment on that this evening, on any of the presentations? Great. Thank you all very much. And we will close public comment and move on to our consent calendar. On consent this evening, we have item 6.1, minutes of our June 25th regular town council meeting. Item 6.2, a contract amendment with NV5 for the West River Street Streetscape Improvement Project. Item 6.3, budget amendment for general insurance. Item 6.4, independent security assessment for the town of Truckee by Cal OES. 6.5, approval of contract with Public Health Institute for Civic Spark Fellows for 2024 through 25. 6.6, approval of a contract with Commute with Enterprise for the Truckee Van Pool Pilot Program, which is super cool. 6.7, West River Street Park Design Contract Amendment. 6.8, resolution of support for Prop 4, authorizing bonds for safe drinking water, wildfire prevention, and protecting communities and natural lands from climate risks. 6.9, which is a resolution of support for Prop 5, lowering voter approval requirements for local housing and infrastructure. 6.10, the Rail Yard Mobility Hub Phase 2A budget amendment and construction contract award. 6.11, letter of support for Friends of the Truckee Library Community Resource Center. 6.12, contract for videography services. 6.13, paving and drainage project and the 2024 trail pavement maintenance project, which we heard about in public comment. Wow, this is quite the consent calendar. And 6.14, the Dark Skies Awareness Campaign for fiscal year 24-25. Would any member of council like to pull any of those 14 items from consent? No. Any member of staff?
No, Mayor.
And any member of the public like to pull anything from consent? If you want to pull something, do you want to pull something from consent?
Yes.
Okay. Which item might it be, Kelly?
6.14 Dark Skies Awareness Campaign.
Thank you. We will pull 6.14, the Dark Skies Awareness Campaign. Councilmember Klostad, can I have a motion to move consent minus 6.14?
Yes, I move that we adopt a consent calendar 6.1 through 6.13.
I'll second.
And all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, consent carries, and we will move to 6.14 and give you 3 minutes at the dais. We're going to keep you to 3 minutes since you are a member of the public. Take it away.
Good evening, Town Council members and staff. Kelly Cutler with the Truckee Cultural District. I'm here this evening with Nevada County Arts Council Executive Director Eliza Tudor. I just wanted to add some comments to the Dark Skies proposal. I want to start by thanking the town and specifically Councilmember Henderson for bringing the Dark Skies Awareness Campaign to Truckee. We've all become more sensitive to the impact of light pollution, our natural ecosystem, including plant, animal, and insect disruption, as well as the impacts of artificial lights in our neighborhoods. The Dark Skies Lighting Rebate Program in partnership with Sierra Business Council is another example of the town's effectiveness in this awareness campaign and desire to preserve an element that is foundational in our town character, which is dark skies. The Dark Skies Photo Contest was hugely successful in generating community engagement and awareness around this campaign, as well as countywide interest and traction. It was great to hear Peter Wirbel's comments tonight and feedback on how well received that exhibit was. The Nevada County Arts Council continually advocates for community leaders to turn to the arts sector as a solution partner in addressing our most critical pressing issues. A great example that we're seeing this summer, the Smithsonian Institute institution, the world's largest museum education and research complex, brought the exhibit Lights Out, Recovering Our Night Skies at the National Museum of Natural History, which I had the chance to see in person. I needed 3 days. I encourage everyone to go online and see this exhibit. It really framed this as a global awareness campaign. Truckee's already getting recognition from communities in Minnesota and Texas who have reached out to Sierra Business Council about the lighting rebate program and interest in launching their own, so it's considered a model in the country right now. The Truckee Cultural District is more than excited to extend Dark Skies for the next fiscal year using our world-class creatives living here in Truckee, working on projects in a variety of disciplines leading up to National Dark Skies Awareness Week in April. We also see partnerships with Colleen at Visit Truckee Tahoe on upcoming brand development and local retailers. This was Jen's idea on shopping local for lighting replacements. Continuing to build awareness around dark skies and promoting the lighting rebate program is absolutely a goal. Thank you for considering the Truckee Cultural District proposal.
Thank you, Kelly. Any council member questions? Opening public comment on item 6.14. If anybody would like to make a public comment on this agenda item. Great. Closing public comment. Any council deliberation?
Well, it didn't sound like opposition or any request for change.
No.
No.
Should we make a motion?
Would you like to make a motion, Vice Mayor Zabriskie?
Yeah, just move to approve.
I'll second.
Okay. You're gonna have to take over in a minute. Be a little more formal. Okay. All in favor of approving item 6.14? Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, 6.14 carries. We will now move into our first major discussion item. I will be recusing myself from item 7.1. I own a business and lease a space within proximity to the property under consideration. So Vice Mayor Zabriskie will be leading item 7.1. Thank you.
Okay, item 7.1 is a discussion item. It's a recommendation to redesignate a historic garage in downtown on Jaboom Street as a non-essential historic resource. We'll hear from staff first. Then I believe we'll have council questions, any clarifying questions, then an opportunity for public comment, and then any final questions and on to deliberations. So I'll turn it over to staff.
Yeah, great. Adams, our senior planner, is going to do the presentation. I just wanted to emphasize that this is purely declassification of the historic structure. So just keep that in mind as we're going through the conversation.
Great. Good evening, Vice Mayor Zabriskie, members of the Town Council. My name is Adam Peterson. I'm from the Planning Division. I'm here tonight to present the Historic Resources Inventory redesignation for the property on which the Jaboom residential project is proposed. The requested action before the Council tonight is to authorize the Historic Resources Inventory redesignation from Category B, a contributing property, to Category D, a non-essential property, for the property at 10012 Jaboom Street. The project is located in downtown Truckee with residential uses to the north and east, commercial uses located to the west and south. The property being evaluated is located on the northwest corner of Jaboom and High Street and has an existing garage structure located on it, which you can see here in the lower right corner of the photo. While council action tonight is confined to the historic redesignation of the site, the project as a whole proposes 4 buildings, 62 multifamily units, 10 of which are affordable for rent, with the applicant indicating an option for potential additional affordable units, approximately 3,300 square feet of commercial space, 69 parking spaces, landscape installation, and the item being considered tonight is a mechanism to facilitate the demolition of the existing garage on the site, which requires redesignation of this site. Regarding the background of the historic designation on the property, the site was included on the initial historic resources inventory that was prepared for the town. And at the same time, the historic preservation program that was established when that historic resources inventory was being conducted identified or utilized a category system for properties ranging from category A, those being essential, to category D, and those being non-essential. While the definition in front of you recognizes that those are buildings in those categories, the town's historic preservation program and rating system is based on the National Register of Historic Places criteria, which requires a property assessment as the first step in determining eligibility. And so that's why we're evaluating the property as a whole tonight. And so with respect to the subject property, at the time that the historic resources inventory was prepared, that property was assigned a category B, or a contributing property categorization. As part of the application process for the demolition of the structure, the town itself contracted with Couts Environmental Consultants. They're the environmental consultants who prepared the historic resources inventory. And I do want to clarify that that was a typo in the staff report. It should have noted that, in fact, the town contracted with Couts to prepare a report that evaluated the historic significance of the property. This included an evaluation of the property's eligibility for the National Register of Historic Places and the categorization of the property on the Truckee Historic National Register District. Couts concluded that the site is not eligible for the National Register of Historic Places because it does not retain the integrity related to 4 key criteria that are used to list property on the National Register of Historic Places. This includes events, persons, distinctive character, and pre- and historic information that are associated with properties. With respect to the Truckee Historic National Register District, the Category B designation is assigned to contributing properties that have a relatively high degree of integrity. The Category B designation was assigned to this property because a prior motel on the site demonstrated historic integrity. However, in 2015, the town approved the demolition of this motel and an ancillary structure on site due to an imminent life and safety hazard. However, this demolition irrevocably severed the property's association with historic themes and its historic integrity. Further, the demolition of the motel reduced the property's eligibility for a Category C rating. Category C ratings are applied to supporting properties, and those are properties that had buildings constructed during a period of significance but have been altered. Now, those alterations, or examples of those alterations, include those that involve the replacement of siding, enclosure of porches, or remodeling of existing windows and doors. So with the demolition of the motel, therefore, it would not meet the criteria for being a Category C property. Accordingly, Couts Environmental Consultants recommended redesignating the site from Category B to Category D. It's important to understand the implications for the redesignation of the site. Redesignation of the site to Category D would enable the demolition of the garage and therefore the project to proceed. The demolition of the garage would be done through the building permit process. However, if council elects to redesignate the site as Category C or to retain the classification as a Category B classification, then the applicant must go through a certificate of economic hardship process, in which case the applicant would be required to submit documentation for that certificate, and ultimately the Planning Commission would have the review authority and approval authority for the demolition review of that garage to facilitate the project. With respect to evaluation of the project under town plans, the redesignation is consistent with the Truckee 2040 General Plan, the Downtown Truckee Plan, the Downtown Truckee Plan Historic Design Guidelines, mainly because preservation is not an objective under those design guidelines for Category D properties. With respect to environmental review, the environmental review is pending on determination of the designation or the redesignation of the property. If the property were to retain the Category B designation, or were to be redesignated to Category C, it would require environmental review and documentation, which would then need to be reviewed and approved by the Historic Preservation Advisory Commission and the Planning Commission as part of the project. However, the Category D designation, redesignation may result in an exemption from the California Environmental Quality Act. Prior to this hearing, the applicant did support letters in support of the project. These letters are posted in the public comment folder on Laserfish, which is accessible to the public. Comments received were from the California Housing Defense Fund, Placer County Supervisor, the Truckee Workforce Housing Authority, Contractors Association, various residents and business owners. As a whole, the letters did express support for a project as a whole, while some did identify support for the reclassification or redesignation of the site. The town of Truckee presented the project to the Historic Preservation Advisory Commission on July 10th of this year. The HPAC or HPAC received staff and the applicant presentations as well as public comment. They deliberated on the project. Ultimately, Commissioner Sesko motioned with a second from Commissioner Kenny to accept the recommendation to redesignate the site from Category B to Category D, and the motion was passed unanimously to redesignate the site. So in summary, the COUTS documentation supports the redesignation from Category from Category B to Category D. The property is not eligible for listing on the National Register of Historic Places, nor is the property recommended as a contributing element of the Truckee Historic National Register District. The property suffers from diminished integrity as a result of the demolition of the motel, and ultimately the property embodies a Category D resource. The Historic Preservation Advisory Commission unanimously recommended redesignation to Category D. Accordingly, the recommendation before the Town Council tonight is to adopt a resolution authorizing the Historic Resources Inventory redesignation from Category B to Category D for 10012 Jaboom Street. Thank you. I'm available for any questions that the council may have.
Any clarifying questions from council members? I just want to make sure, Adam, if I understand correctly, we're talking about property, about redesignating a property. But also I understand, or tell me, if this building had independent, unique value in terms of its structure, materials, or design, would that be something we would need to consider?
That would be something you need to consider. I think that consideration would need to be made in light of the report from the environmental consultant who evaluated that. I think again the report supports, the redesignation of the site itself as a result of the building or the lack of buildings on the site that originally conveyed the historic integrity that was needed to assign that Category B designation.
Okay, thank you. So now we will go to any public comments, and I'll repeat what the town manager pointed out. The only issue before us tonight is whether to redesignate the garage as a non-essential historic resource. Do we have any public comments? Okay. Coming back to council.
I just want to jump in and just put it on the record that I have had conversations with the project applicant, not regarding this issue, but regarding interest in potential deed restriction of units. But I do just want to put that on the record so people are aware. I know we're not talking about the project specifically tonight, but sharing that. And with that, I would be happy to make a motion of staff's recommendation. I think HPAC is our committee to review this, and they came back unanimously supporting this recommendation. So I'll move that we adopt Resolution 2024-53, authorizing historic resources inventory redesignation from Category B to Category D for 10012 Jaboom Street.
Second.
Before we get there, I would just like to make a comment. I was concerned about the independent value of this garage. I mean, essentially, it's the last vestige of at least that motel. So on the one hand, destroying the motel might make the garage all that more important to preserve. but everything we've seen in the record is to the effect there's nothing special about this garage, and there are other garages from that period in town.
We will endeavor to preserve those.
Okay, so with that little editorial comment, let's go ahead and take a vote. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. It's unanimous for the three of us that are here. Now, where's the mayor?
Great, thank you. So that passes 3 with 2 people absent, 3-0, 2 people absent. And Councilmember, thank you for getting the mayor.
Okay. We will move on to 7.2. Oh, we have Zoom. That's what's going on, right? Okay. Item 7.2, this is a Senate Bill 9 appeal for application number 2024-00000073, 10198 Thomas Drive. Lucas, take it away.
Good evening, council members, mayor. My name is Lucas Cannell. I'm an assistant planner with the town, and I'm here to present the 10198 Thomas Drive SB9 appeal. The appeal hearing format tonight will be a staff presentation, which I'm giving now, the appellant presentation, which can be up to 15 minutes, council questions for staff and appellant, public comment, and then an appellant rebuttal, which can be up to 5 minutes. The appeal rules are that the appellant may not present any new evidence or testimony at the appeal hearing unless the appellant can demonstrate that either that new information either was not previously available to the party or the party could not have participated in the review process because they could not have known about the review process. On September 26, 2021, the state adopted SB 9 legislation, which allowed for the subdivision of single-family zoned parcels, as well as up to 4 units through a combination of primary residences, SB 9 units, ADUs, and JADUs. This legislation allowed local jurisdictions to apply objective design standards to Senate Bill 9 units through a ministerial approval process. This project's history is that the application was submitted on November 1st, 2023. It was deemed complete and routed for review. It was deemed incomplete or inconsistent, and an inconsistency letter was issued to the applicant to let them know what the inconsistencies of the project were. The applicant requested denial instead of a redesign of the project as required by state law, and then appealed the application or appealed that denial to the Planning Commission. The denial was upheld by the Planning Commission, and it was appealed again to Town Council. This SB 9 application was located in the Armstrong Tract subdivision in single-family residential zoning district. Adjacent properties have been improved with single-family residences on steep, narrow lots, as you can see here. These are the residences on either side of the vacant parcel. The application proposes a new 5,949 square foot building that is 45.5 feet in height. It'll include 1,093 square feet of common area and a 4-car garage. Additionally, the building will include a 798 square foot SB 9 unit, a 796 square foot SB 9 unit, a 958 square foot accessory dwelling unit, a 495 square foot junior accessory dwelling unit, 448 square feet of storage area, a 278 square foot mechanical room, 113 square foot entryway, and 1,487 square feet of decks and porches. The town's SB 9 ordinance only allows for SB 9 units to be up to 800 square feet, and additional proposed space would need to be attributed to these units. This would push them over their allowed thresholds. Additionally, SB 9 units may not exceed 16 feet in height, making this structure over the allowable height limit for SB 9 projects. The appellant requested to appeal 3 items from the denial of their project. The first of which is the 16-foot height requirement for SB 9 units, which was adopted by the Town Council as part of Town's ordinance for regulating SB 9 urban lot splits and 2-unit developments. SB 9 legislation allows for local jurisdictions to adopt objective design or zoning standards, objective design standards, and objective subdivision standards, unless they would have the effect of precluding the construction of up to 2 units or for physically precluding either of those 2 units from being at least 800 square feet in floor area. The height requirement could not be modified through an appeal and would rather need to go back to town council for an ordinance update. The appellant states that the project could be approved if reviewed as a single-family residence, but a single-family residence would be reviewed under different development standards than an SB 9 project. And even then, the proposed structure would be, if it were a single-family residence, would not meet required setbacks, height, site coverage, or retaining wall heights. The appellant is requesting that this project be re-reviewed using single-family development standards. But this project would not be eligible to be reviewed under those standards, as it is not a single-family residence, but rather a 2-unit project. As allowed by SB 9 legislation, the town has adopted SB 9 specific development standards to allow for up to 4 residential units on 1 parcel. There are several notable differences between the state's SB 9 development standards and the town's development standards for single-family residences, including substantially reduced side and rear yard setbacks and lot standards under SB 9. Any change to the existing ordinance would have to be made through an ordinance amendment approved by council. Staff is recommending that council determines the community development director's determination exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to 15300.1 for ministerial projects, uphold the decision of Planning Commission and the community development director in denying the 10198 Thomas Drive SB 9 2-unit development application, and deny the appeal requesting reconsideration of the height requirements and re-review of the project based on development standards applicable to single-family residences on the basis that Senate Bill 9 legislation allows for local agencies to impose objective zoning standards, and by definition, the proposal has failed to satisfy these objective zone standards. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucas. We're going to shift over to the appellant, Christian Bratt. You have 15 minutes to present your case. We'll then come back to council for questions of staff and the appellant. We will open public comment, and then the appellant will have an additional 5 minutes for any type of rebuttal. With that, Christian, you're good to go. You got your 15 minutes. You probably don't have a clock, but we have a clock. So if you hit that 15 minutes, I will do my best to let you know. Take it away.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And thank you, my good counsel, for allowing me to appear here today. I know it's after hours and you guys are doing this on the side. Commend you. To try and not waste your time here, this is basically a deja vu from what we already went through with planning. And I have already submitted a revised set to the town of Truckee, and the only thing that I'm trying to do right now is get the height limit changed. Because if the height limit is changed, then everything would go through. It would be fine. So they're pulling this 16-foot height limit, and that I understand where it comes from, because SB 9 allows the setbacks to go to 4 feet, and the 16 height limit comes from a detached or something that's like within that closer setback, which would make sense, because because people buy their lots and they were under the impression that they had a certain setback, and if you're gonna put an ADU that's 4 feet from the property line, 16 feet makes sense, and I agree with the town on that. Where I don't agree with the town is that if it's within the setbacks of where a normal single family should be, the height limit should be 35 feet. And working with Lucas, I think Lucas is doing a great job, and we've actually become like a lot closer on this. He's a good guy, but he's exaggerating the size of the project, the height limits, and the square footage by quite a lot. Their height limits, and this is kind of weird coming from someone who does planning, because their height limits are based on the average, and Lucas is basing it off of the entire height, which would be contradictory to his own rules. Hold on. Okay, let me just go through what the SB9 is kind of trying to achieve. Just from like their nonprofit site, they're saying plexes are cute and cozy. It empowers homeowners to invest and create housing in their own communities. It replaces McMansions with smaller and more affordable homes. New construction will match existing height and scale, have yards and design standards. Renters and rental housing are protected, and if you like your single family home, you can keep it. Lots can only be divided once and only one at a time. All right, and then that kind of, are you still there? And that kind of brings me to another point. That was just coming from like the SB9, like what they're trying to do here. And basically, the single family house is great, but it's not working. I mean, all you have to do is just walk through San Francisco, and you see how many homeless people there are. And the state of California gave all of these local jurisdictions the chance to create more housing, and they didn't meet the requirements. So the state is stepping in, and it's not even a question of if it's going to pass right now. This is already done. This is state law already. So I understand that this town doesn't really like the idea of doing this, but I mean, already went over this. If we jump back into the deja vu, I was born in Tahoe Forest. I started the Truckee hat. You know, like this is not corporate money. I mean, look at my freaking headphones taped. Okay. I'm here on the house. Like, I'm not getting paid right now. I'm doing this because I know how important it is. If anything, the town of Truckee has caused me damages financially. The fact that we have like a public comment to even follow this up, that was specifically addressed in SB9 because the state tried that, and people they won't let anyone build any more housing. I mean, I get it that you have your house and you bought it for 7 raspberries back in 1970, and you know they're paying like $1,000 a year or something in property taxes, but they're reaping all the benefits from everyone else that are paying the property taxes. If we were to put a single family house on this exact same size, this meeting wouldn't even have occurred. The person who would move in there would have to make like $300,000 a year just to keep up with the property taxes. Yeah, they're battling against people with single family homes they're paying ridiculously low amounts. And the reason that they're battling this so hard is just because they kind of hit the lotto. I mean, that's good for them. They hit the lotto, and one of the points that they brought up in the last session was we raised our kids here. So it's like, okay, so you raised your kids here, now you get to collect your $1 million and no one else can. It just doesn't. I'm honestly kind of ashamed to see that this is how the people of the town that I grew up in think, you know. And honestly, it's a left policy, and I mean, Trump doesn't like this either. So I guess if you're against it, you like Trump, which I think most people don't. I don't want to get too political about it, but yeah. Let me see if I'm forgetting anything. Oh yes. So they're probably going to come up with a lot of like environmental, parking, all of those things. All of those items have been taken care of. They're really just being selfish and greedy. It's just the way it is. This is state law. This isn't up for discussion. So if it's within a single family setback, it should have the same height limit as single family. If it goes up to the 4-foot setback, it should be 16 feet. I agree with that. And that's really the only reason that we're here today. I think that's it.
Great. Thank you very much. We will close out your presentation. Any questions from council for staff and or the appellant? Councilmember Klostad, anything to add?
So the applicant or appellant is stating that it's really just a height issue. But I heard that it's both the height and the square footage of the actual units. Is that accurate, Lucas?
Yeah, there was an inconsistency letter that was included as an attachment with my staff report, and it listed all the items that were inconsistent with SB 9 legislation. But even under a single family evaluation, there would be additional items that were inconsistent with development standards.
Right. And based on the staff report and your presentation, it sounds like you gave the appellant an opportunity to make those changes instead of being denied.
That's correct. There was a request for a denial so that there would be an ability for an appeal.
For an appeal, rather than accommodating our current codes.
Precisely.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Councilmember Romack.
Lucas, the appellant mentioned that the height limits weren't maybe calculated correctly. I think he mentioned the full height where it should be the average. Can you explain a little bit how we calculate height limits and how this fits with how we typically calculate them or not?
Absolutely. He's referring to a previous standard where you were able to take the average of the building site. So you could take the highest and lowest points where the building touched natural grade and go to the average height of that and then measure to the peak of the building. That ended in October, I believe October 12th of 2023. And this was submitted in late November under new height standards that require you to either step a building down and you can do a tiered system, or you can do from the lowest point of natural grade to the highest point of the building. I don't know for sure under the previous system if this would have worked. I think it probably still exceeds our height limit, but not by a huge amount. But then the 45.5 feet is from the current requirement that this was submitted under.
Thank you. That's it.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor Zabriskie.
I just want to go to the beginning of the appellant's presentation. Mr. Lucas, if you can hear me, I thought I heard you say that you were changing your project plans in terms
and that was addressed to Mr. Bratt. No,
Mr. Bratt?
Yes.
Is it okay if I interject for a sec?
Yeah, that was a question to you.
Okay. Well, I didn't hear the question, but I would like to reply to the height limit.
So
and,
hold on, Mr. Bratt. You're gonna have a chance for a rebuttal after we go to public comment.
Okay.
So, Vice Mayor Zabriskie, will you repeat the question?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Bratt, were you saying that you're going to change the height of your project?
I think you guys just aren't really understanding what's happening here. The height limit is 35 feet, and the project meets the 35 average height limit. So 45 feet is incorrect. I did submit the project, and the town of Truckee said that they lost my submission in email, and then they changed their height standard to a triple tier, which makes everything really confusing. And they did it, I have a hunch that they did it specifically for this project. And I mean, in all honesty, they're just being unhonest.
So, Mr.
Like
Bratt, thank you for that response. Vice Mayor Zabriskie, any other questions?
No.
No. Okay. My only question is, has there been a subsequent submittal after the Planning Commission appeal, Lucas? Like, was there a resubmission of this project?
Yes, he has since resubmitted, and a second inconsistency letter was issued for that resubmittal.
But that's not what is under discussion tonight, to be clear for both the appellant and for all of us up here. What we're discussing tonight is the original application, and the appeal is based on the original Planning Commission, or excuse me, the zoning or community development director's determination, and then the subsequent appeal to the Planning Commission. That is our purview tonight. It is not to discuss any resubmitted project, because that's what the appellant chose to appeal to us.
That is correct. They were able to appeal the original project and resubmit to address the inconsistencies at the same time.
Correct. And chose the route that we're under right now, which this is an appeal hearing. It's not a approval hearing or anything like that. So
exactly.
I just want to be clear for that. Yeah. Okay. With that, we're going to open it up to public comment. So any member of the public, come on up to the podium. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name first. And I think Kelly's got our timer over here. Go ahead.
Is this on?
It is, Mr. Rankins.
Kurt Rankins, MWA Architects. I'm not here to speak for or against the project, but some of the specific things that are coming up. First of all, in regards to the side setbacks, I believe his interpretation is correct. The 16 feet is for the ADU. If it is in normal, it could go up, it could go. In regards to the height ordinance, it sounds like he's under the old ordinance, and there is a new ordinance. And the objective ordinance, when it was adopted, I want it to go on the be clear on the record that I was at 2 hearings in that regards, and it was stated that the new objective height ordinance matched TRPAs, and the Planning Commission and the Town Council were told that it was consistent to be regional in the area. Anyone can compare those ordinances. They are not the same. Staff said that. It's not true. Anyone can go back to the hearings and listen to the recordings and compare the ordinances. What we're heading into is a new height ordinance unique to Truckee that is the most restrictive in the area. If you notice that he's having to do a 16% driveway downhill on a bridge into a garage, is setting our community up for a failure. That is just not going to work in snow country. We've got, Placer County offers automatic variances for projects that have steep slope off the road. We've got to figure out how to fix our height ordinance. Our community development director stated when we adopted the new development code, the development code had flaws and we'd have to work through them. This is an example. Our height ordinance will need work. And that's all I've got. Thank you.
Thanks, Kurt.
My name's Dave Sheets. I live at 10186 Thomas Drive, which is next door to the project. Lived there for 29 years, lived in Truckee for 40 years. I'm concerned about the overall status of the SB 9 direction that the town of Truckee will take in regard to this project. I'm not naive to think that we don't have housing issues and affordable housing issues at that. Certainly that's a huge issue in the area. I am concerned about the size of this project, as Lucas has pointed out. It's a little over 7,000 square foot lot, 0.17 acres, as ours is. The driveway, the slope of that driveway is absolutely very much a concern. Something that I know is I have a flat driveway, and it's north facing, which this is also north facing. With the best snow tires and four-wheel drive and the best skills, it's going to be really challenging on that steep driveway. The size of the structure, the proximity of it to adjacent properties, particularly Cynthia O'Connell's, which is on the other side of the property, it's 4 feet from her place. This house, the structure and the multi-unit structure is much larger than anything in the Armstrong Tract, anything in the area. I think that it's something that's going to create some significant problems there. Having lived there as long as I have, with the size of the place, there's going to be limited snow storage. Snow removal will be challenging. As many people as will possibly be living in there, that will be a very, very challenging situation. it's not going to be affordable housing. The project, because of the steepness of the site and the size of the building, I don't know what current building costs are in Truckee, but I'm thinking this is going to be well over $1 million to build this structure. And I think it is a revenue stream for someone. I don't think this is some touchy-feely, make everybody feel good about affordable housing at all. This is going to be very expensive housing by the time it's said and done in order to make this work. So I would recommend that the observations of the project by planning department and subsequently the planning commission would be also adopted by the town council. As is, I don't think this project should be a go. Thank you.
Thanks, David. Anybody else want to make public comment? Just get on up there, just like they did before. Feel free to line up and just take the podium.
I think I'm on the green button.
Okay,
My name's
thank
Libby
you.
Nelson. We're one lot removed from this project down below on Sierra Drive. And I guess the biggest concerns that I have, I came out of Southern California from a lot of SB9 nightmares in our town, which I can tell you the only thing it changed really the perspective of our neighborhood. It impacted not only parking, and we have no snow in Southern California, but our emergency services response systems and so forth. So the only other thing I'd like to say, I want to support the Planning Commission because I think it's a slippery slope when cities start changing ordinances and somebody comes up with, well, it's 16 feet versus 16.1 versus 16.2. So setting precedent is huge. And I think the Armstrong Track is a small little residential community, and I'm very sorry for this gentleman, but I don't think it's a touchy-feely SB9 and we're going to have, all kinds of people that are going to be able to afford it there. We can barely afford what we have as well. So I just want to end with, I definitely support the planning department in not moving forward with changing, or the council, which is why he's here today, to change any kind of ordinance that already exists for a good reason. And I'm not an engineer, but I think our council and our planning commission have made the right decision. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anybody else? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to close public comment. We will bring it back. Mr. Bratt, you have 5 minutes to rebut or make any additional comments you'd like. And the timer is on here in chambers, and I'll let you know if it goes off before you're finished. Take it away. Make sure
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah.
Excuse me. First off, thank you, Kurt Rankins. What a hat tip. We got MWA in here freaking making comments for me. Yes, and I know that my height limit statements are straight up correct. We can just make this easy. I'm only trying to do really one thing. And if you guys are upset about the slope of the driveway, that is the town of Truckee. I'm just making it work to their laws. And if they're so concerned with the height limit, then that's just the gravity of the situation. We can put hydronics in the bridge, which but basically we need the SB9 law to be changed in two areas actually. If I were you guys, and if I were thinking about this unbiasedly, I would say 16-foot height limit if it's between the single family setback and the 4-foot setback. I would say 16 foot, that's reasonable. So your neighbors, you're not going to have like a giant tall structure right next to you. The second area that I would like to change, or that I think that you guys should change, is that if it's SV9, I think that you should allow for double the size of a driveway, because then you could just put the garage right in the front. And I would say, let's do 48 feet maximum, so that you can have 4 garages, 4 parking spaces right at the top. Then everyone can rest, they can sleep fine when they're worried about their neighbor crashing into their own into their garage. The height limits. So the original height limit that the town of Truckee had was its lowest existing grade to highest existing grade. And then it is the average of that, 30 to 35 feet. Now, they've hired someone in the planning that used to work at the TRPA, and they've changed it to splitting it up into 3 chunks. And now those 3 chunks are supposed to be average from low to high grade. It's very, even for me as a civil engineer, it's actually very tricky. And to be honest with you guys, people used to say how great working with the town of Truckee was. Like, because I've worked in Tahoe City, I've done all the TRPA stuff. I worked in San Francisco. I've worked in almost all the counties in Northern California. Truckee used to be like a nice little haven where people would just like, they had a great, they had just like great, like a sense of what is, you know, I don't really know how to explain that. They used to be really great, and now they hired a lady that used to work for the TRPA, and you guys are going to head down that avenue. And I guess you can do that, and then the only people who will be able to live in Truckee are like, you know, Mark Zuckerberg. If that's the route that you guys want to take, you know, it is what it is. But if I may say again, the only reason I'm here speaking to you guys today is that the height limit for SB9 should be 35 feet within single family height limit, or single family setbacks, 16 feet up to 4 feet, 48 feet for 2 driveways. And I think that just pretty much solves everything. Snow storage, it's already taken care of. I think that's pretty much it.
Great. Thank you very much for that rebuttal. With that, we will close that part of our hearing. We'll bring it back to council for any discussion. I just want to be clear, we're not here to change any of our code. We're not here to do any zoning code amendments. We're not here to do any development code amendments. Those take place at other times. We're here to address the appeal specifically in front of us. And that was a decision by our community development director, and then subsequently the planning commission to deny the SB9 2-unit lot split at 10198 Thomas Drive. With that, Councilmember Klostad, would you like to add any discussion items to the deliberation?
I appreciate everybody's time. Lucas, great report. Mr. Bratt, thank you for your time and for your interest in our community and providing housing options. I am a huge supporter of SB9 and what it can do for not just our community, but a lot of communities. We did take this very seriously when it was initially brought to our attention, and we developed our objective design standards and zoning codes. And I feel strongly that we spent considerable amount of time trying to do the best we could with those. Given that, we have a policy up here of consistent and continual improvement. And I embrace that as well. We are more than willing to look at previous codes and ordinances and make adjustments, because we do that consistently and all the time. Here and now, obviously, is not the place to do that. Here and now is, as Mayor Pallavi just explained, we are specifically looking at this appeal, and there is nothing that I have seen that could justify approving this appeal over the determination of our community development director and our planning commission and overriding our ordinance. So given that, I just want to reiterate my support for housing, my support for SB9 splits, my support for continual improvement, but this is not the appropriate project for this site at this time, and I support staff's recommendation.
Thank you. Well said. Councilmember Romack.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Klovstad. I echo your sentiments. Mr. Bratt, I did also want to say, thank you for looking at ways to add housing units into our community. I think this is something we need to look at. How can we add more housing into our neighborhoods? And that's what SB 9 is good for. But to Councilmember Klovstad's points, the rules as they are in place today do not allow for the project that is designed, and therefore I would support staff's recommendation. Also to Councilmember Klovstad's point of we're constantly looking at different programs, projects, and rules, and in the future I would definitely be open to having a discussion if there's tweaks or different things we should be thinking about when we're looking at ordinances around SB 9. But at this time, I would go with staff's recommendation.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Zabriskie.
The state required us to establish objective design standards, and there's 7 here that are at issue. And in each case, we have a specific numerical requirement, and in each case, that requirement was violated. So I don't see that we have any other choice. If we want to change the law, we'll have to do that through a separate proceeding. On the in those items, there wasn't just the height limit, it's retaining walls, the unit size, the decks, the lot coverage, and the setbacks. So I hear some dispute, even from a public comment, to the effect that staff got the numbers wrong, but I didn't see the evidence of that. The only evidence I have is what staff's presented on the measurements. So again, I don't have any choice on this matter if I'm going to be faithful to following the law. And then just one editorial remark. I participated in the vote to change the way we measure the heights of buildings. I sat up here and listened to staff, and my understanding throughout both proceedings where we discussed this was we were copying the way TERPA measures the heights. And essentially our code went ahead and cribbed the pictures from TERPA. We didn't just copy it, we copied and pasted it in. So I don't think staff was misleading anyone. They were talking only about the way we measure heights.
Thank you.
I'm ready to vote.
Great. Let's get a motion on the table then, please. Vice Mayor Zabriskie.
I'm reading.
Oh, you're looking for it?
I
Sorry.
move to determine the
It's right
Community
there.
Development Director's determination exempt from CEQA, uphold the decision of the Planning Commission and the Community Development Director in denying the 10198 Thomas Drive SB 9 2-unit development application, and deny the appeal requesting reconsideration of the height requirements and re-review the project based on the development standards applicable to single-family residences.
We have a second?
I'll second.
And roll call, please, Kelly.
Vice Mayor Zabriskie.
Aye.
Mayor Pallavi.
Aye.
Councilmember Klostad.
Aye.
Councilmember Romack.
Aye.
Passes 4-0.
Great. Thanks, staff. Thank you, Mr. Bratt. Appreciate your time. And we will, what time is it? 7:20? You guys probably need a break. I took a break. We'll take a 7:22 by the back clock. We'll reconvene at 7:30. Thank you. Okay, let's stop our side conversations. We are going to reconvene for item 7.3, the animal sheltering and partnership with the Humane Society of Truckee, Tahoe. Staying on theme tonight. Go ahead, Chief Renfro.
Thank
Take
you.
it away.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, everyone, Council. Tonight we're going to talk about the partnership that we have with the Humane Society of Truckee, Tahoe and the animal shelter, that partnership. Just a bit back ago, we were approached by the Humane Society to talk about reevaluating the partnership that we currently have and that we've had in place for the last 10 years over at the animal shelter. And I'd like to also recognize that Stephanie Nitzler, the CEO of the Humane Society, and Dr. Mike Ryan is here joining us. He's also chair and the vet for the facility there. So we'll be looking for direction to either continue these conversations or not. So just a little bit of background. The town of Truckee and the Humane Society have collaborated since 2004, operating a joint animal shelter under a 55-year lease. Currently, both the town and the Truckee Animal Shelter and HSTT operate in the same facility, the beautiful building that's over at the courtyard. And this is a unique partnership between a government agency, local municipality, and a nonprofit with the Humane Society. The current situation, based on information that I got from the Humane Society, is nationwide there's been an increase in animal intakes and stagnant outcomes since 2020, and that's according to Shelter Animal Counts database. HSTT, since the inception of this partnership, has grown their programs, and they feel that they would be able to meet the growing needs of the community, but also stresses that the urgency for a new partnership must be in place in order for them to achieve that goal. The current operations model from an HSTT perspective has no capacity for growth with the current model that we have. Sheltering models in the U.S., there's basically three. One is a municipality owned and or operated, to where the government provides all sheltering services for the animals, and they are funded by exclusively by tax dollars. The other option is a privately operated program, which is funded by nonprofit organizations. They also have selective admission policies, and this is funded by donors, grants, and et cetera. The third one is a privately operated with a municipal contract. So this is something that the Humane Society is looking to explore further into, and it's a nonprofit which provides animal sheltering services via a municipal contract. Under this model, it's funded by the municipality for the sheltering services as well as the nonprofit. So HSTT's proposed model and their goal is to transition to a privately operated nonprofit under a municipal contract. HSTT would oversee all shelter operations to improve process, employee morale, and collaboration. The town's role would be continue supporting the shelter and general care services utilizing general fund grants. So the benefits of a new model would be operational continuity, since there's two different agencies working under the same roof, under different policies and procedures. Sometimes those don't exactly align in every situation. So we have seen some challenges there. But also a benefit is that we would continue to provide safe and humane conditions for the animals, reliable medical care, increase community outreach and support services through the Humane Society under this model, and education on responsible pet ownership and animal welfare. Short and sweet. So we are looking for council's direction. Should staff continue discussions to evaluate the current sheltering model in partnership with the Humane Society of Truckee, Tahoe? And if so, would a council member or two like to participate in an ad hoc committee to assess the sustainability of a new sheltering model, or allow staff to continue in these discussions without a council member or two there? And with that, that's all I got.
Thank you, Chief. Any questions for staff, Vice Mayor Zabriskie?
Who from staff would be assigned? I mean, what category? Would it be out of the police department or what?
Yeah, so currently, as these conversations have taken place, it's been myself, Jen Calloway, Lisa Madden, and Dan Olson. Thank you. Dan Olson, he's been remote. Yeah. Here, do you just want to talk for me? So Dan Olson, we hired him as a remote worker to help us through that, since he was, part of the team that put this together in the first place.
So if we were looking to consolidate the sheltering operations, would it essentially be a matter of how much the town would contribute, or what else would be involved?
Yeah, we would really be looking at that key piece right there, as far as how much monetary funds we would be contributing to support the shelter operations overseen by the Humane Society. But then there's also some other stuff as far as, maintenance to the building, little things like that, into the weeds details that we would have to figure out moving forward.
Yes, so staffing considerations and how that works with our current staffing. If we were to continue this, the building, who owns the building, who maintains the building, advertising for lost pets on our social media, all of those types of things are what would be part of the conversation and have been part of the conversation to date.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Romack? No? Close to that. Was this on our radar? Was this on our work plan?
It was not on our work plan, but
I didn't think so.
We do have some staffing changes occurring over in the animal services, animal shelter, and that was kind of the impetus to start this conversation with the Humane Society.
Got it. Great. Okay. That was it. We will open it up for public comment. Any member of the public, come on up. Thank you, Stephanie. You don't have to run. Don't worry. And if anybody else, just get ready after Stephanie's done.
Council members, Mayor, I'm Stephanie Nisler, CEO for the Humane Society. I just want to say that the Animal Services team and the town has been an incredible partner to the Humane Society for many years. But the need for our services, specifically our outreach programs, it just has risen so much since 2020. It continues to rise. And that's due to our changing community, and also it's because veterinary expenses are becoming unattainable for many. And with the current sheltering crisis that Danny mentioned, we are really in a position where we're doing everything we can to try to keep pets with the people who love them, keep them in their homes, and not have them enter the sheltering system just because they can't afford medical care or something like that. And so HSTT would really like the option of expanding services, specifically our community programs that we offer out of our clinic. But under our current model, that is not an option for us. Town staff is maxed, and without an increase in headcount or complete operational change in some other capacity that I can't imagine what it would be, we just cannot grow to meet the growing needs of our community like we would like to. And that's not the only issue. Like Chief Renfro said, our model is complicated on many fronts, and simply put, there's a better model. I created this one, so I take full accountability for it, and it has served us well. We have done wonderful things, but the time is now for us to seriously consider a change, so that we can continue to provide for our service, for our community, in the way that we can and that we should. That's all.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming to the meeting. Good to see you. Any other public comment? Seeing none. Yes? No? No? Okay. Closing public comment. Just one other quick question. How long do we anticipate, what's our timing on this?
We'd like to have some determinations made very quickly with some of the staffing transitions that are happening, give HSTT a chance to start filling positions if that's the direction we go, or we need to fill some positions. So by the end of the calendar year, fall time frame.
So pretty quick. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, please.
Why would you have a council member involved?
Dr. Ryan is a member of the board, and he's involved in the conversations on behalf of HSTT. So we wanted to offer that as an opportunity for council. If you wanted to understand a little bit more the details and the mechanics of how this was working, it's a great service to the community, and it may be something that you get a lot of questions about or just want to have more detailed information on. We aren't requesting that, but wanted to provide that as an option.
Because I'm not seeing any large policy issues.
Budgetary, potentially.
Superficially, it's whether Humane Society takes over the entire kennel operation or continues to split it with the town.
It will get into perhaps a service level conversation if it's a higher service level that's being delivered through HSTT, and that would be a policy determination.
Okay.
Budget too, I would assume, right?
Correct.
Yeah, it comes back to money.
Yeah. We could always do the age-old of nominate the council member that's not here, so.
Okay, well, I have no more questions.
It's the penalty for missing a meeting is you get nominated, so just
I do
throwing
have
that
one
out
more
there. Yeah, go ahead.
And I don't know if this is for staff or for Stephanie, but is there an expectation that we need to expand the facility in order to meet the intended expanded services?
I don't believe the facility itself needs expansion. This is about the level of service for sheltering.
Correct. No need for a physical expansion.
Okay, great.
And there's an intention to, you want to continue to use the existing facility?
We do.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
Just to be clear. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Got it. Okay. Any other comments? Councilmember Romack, you got anything?
I would support staff continuing to have these discussions. It seems like they're worthwhile. I do not have the capacity to serve on an ad hoc committee. I'd support if another council member was interested in participating. I also, to Vice Mayor Zabrisky's questions, it seems like staff has been already working on this, and I trust them, and it would come back to council for changes. So I'm also comfortable if we move forward with just staff participating.
Yeah. Go ahead, Councilmember Klostad.
I feel the same as Councilmember Romack. I just want to thank HSTT for the long partnership and relationship. Both my kids have volunteered there and love all that you guys do. And I really, really want to see those services continuing to be supported by the town and our community.
Anything to add? Do you want to nominate Councilmember Henderson?
Trying to figure out if I'm conflicted out because of my dog.
I also adopted my dog. Yes, Gracie was also an adoption from HSTT as well. So, yes. I've actually adopted 2 dogs from HSTT.
Okay. So neither you nor I should serve on this committee.
I wasn't offering, so yeah.
Buck was also adopted from the local Humane Society, so under that criteria,
We're all good. We're all in on this.
yeah. No,
okay.
that's Henderson's.
So this is actually asking for, I think you just need our direction. I think you've heard our direction. Proceed. None of the 4 of us are volunteering additional time right now. You're more than welcome to ask Councilmember Henderson if she would like to. But otherwise, it sounds like you guys are pretty much on the right track, and you'll bring this back to us for an update when you're ready.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think communication on an ad hoc basis on whether we want to participate ad hoc in the ad hoc committee would be permissible.
Whatever that was. Sure. We're going to move on to item 7.4, which is going to be approval of the deed restriction for new development program guidelines, an agreement with Sierra Business Council, along with a budget amendment. Lynn is taking the hot seat. All you, Lynn. easily our most challenging program of the night or agenda item. So go
It's a
ahead.
challenge. Hello, Mayor and
For
Council
us.
members. Thank you for listening to our new proposed program. So the new proposed program title is Deed Restriction for New Development Program, and we're going to discuss the proposed guidelines, contract, and budget. As you know, increasing the inventory of rental and ownership homes available to our community members is a council priority. One strategy that we have used very successfully and other jurisdictions have used successfully is deed restricted homes for full-time occupancy by income qualified local workers. So currently we have the Truckee Home Access Program, or THAP, which is a deed restriction purchase program. It launched in November of 2022 and currently allows buyers, sellers, local businesses, and developers to receive payment up to $150,000 per unit in exchange for a 55-year deed restriction. The existing program and adopted program guidelines allow developers to participate in the program. However, our adopted guidelines are primarily focused on the process for individual home buyers of existing homes. During development and approval, the requirements for developers to participate were specifically left broad to provide more flexibility for council to consider the characteristics of a specific project and how they meet other council goals and priorities, such as access to transit or lower rent caps. Since launch, we have fielded interest in TAP funding for new development from around 6 potential developers, and we've received 1 application. Oh, yeah. Oh, this still has my notes on it. Since launch, sorry, I lost my place here. We have determined that there's some challenges operating the THAP for Developer program in its current form. First, processing, negotiating, evaluating, performing preliminary underwriting for developer application is much more time intensive than processing an application for an individual buyer or local business. Additionally, a discretionary approval process creates uncertainty for the developers who apply, who cannot rely on funding in their financing plan. The proposed changes to the program are intended to address these challenges. To address these challenges, staff recommend adopting separate specific program guidelines to be used for deed restricting new unit construction. This will take out discretionary approval, it will have specific guidelines, and if they are met, the project is approved. We recommend contracting with a third-party program operator to independently operate the program. And to avoid confusion between the established THAP program for existing housing and this new developer-focused program, staff recommend adopting a new name, Deed Restriction for New Development Program. First, we have developed proposed program guidelines that lay out very explicit project criteria for funding and provide for administrative approval of projects that meet this criteria rather than the current discretionary approval process. So the program, selected program requirements, these are the most important. The payment for deed restriction is 16% of appraised fair market value up to $110,000 per unit. And it is distributed at certificate occupancy after deed restrictions have been signed, so upon completion. The sales price of the unit, so if a unit is sold directly to a qualifying owner, we have an initial sales price cap of $687,500. This is a very specific eligible program area, the downtown and gateway neighborhoods that were identified in the general plan through housing policies to direct infill development into these neighborhoods. Program layering, it cannot be combined with any funding that requires equivalent deed restrictions on these units. This is different from our other programs so far, as we've mentioned, the biggest need in housing units in Truckee are studio 1 and 2 bedroom units. So this would only be for that size of units and a parking minimum of 1 parking space per unit. Continued occupancy, they must be rented to and occupied by a qualified tenant or sold to and occupied by a qualified owner. These qualified tenant and qualified owner reflect the requirements for THAP. So 50% of the household must work locally, and the average household income must be below 150% AMI per person for rental households. And a qualified owner, at least one person in the household must work locally, and the household income must be 180% AMI or below. And then we set the rent caps at rent rates may not exceed 30% of 120% area median income adjusted for bedroom size. Again, people making up to 180% or 150% could live in these units, but they would be priced to be affordable to that lower AMI. And they're, for 2024, a studio is a little over 2,300, a one bedroom would be 2,700, and a two bedroom would be 3,038. So here I made this flow chart of how it could work. The developer creates and deed restricts these units. They have three options. They could rent their units directly to qualified tenants. They could sell their units to qualified owners, or they could sell the units to non-qualified owners. The non-qualified owners then could rent to qualified tenants or sell to qualified owners, and then again, qualified owners can sell to qualified owners or rent to qualified tenants. And what if a developer starts out renting their units to qualified tenants, they could in a future point sell to a qualified owner or sell to a non-qualified owner. But again, they do need to be occupied by qualified households. We also recommend engaging a third-party program operator to take over and operate the program with technical assistance with our current program administrator, Housing Inc. We recommend contracting with Sierra Business Council to serve as the program operator due to their combination of specialized experience in grant program administration and their understanding of the local housing landscape. The program operator would be responsible for identifying and working with potential developers interested in the program, applying the adopted program guidelines to determine eligibility, serving as the decision maker for funding approval based on the criteria in the guidelines, and executing the participation agreement with the applicant. Housing Inc. would retain responsibility for project underwriting, presenting the underwriting package for funding approval, and overseeing project closing, including the ongoing the deed restriction recordation, and then ongoing monitoring. The operator would receive a lump sum after the participation agreement with the developer has been signed and the project is close to completion. Currently in the budget, we have $2.2 million for deed restrictions, which would fund 20 to 22 workforce housing units. And if the funds are expended during their contract term, the operator could return to council to request additional funds. We would like some specific feedback on our program guidelines. As mentioned, the biggest need in housing in Truckee is the studio 1 and 2 bedroom. So we are asking, should there be a cap on unit size in the program? I only have a couple of questions, so I'll go through all of them and then you can discuss if that works. We recommend that the program only funds studio 1 and 2 bedroom units. And what AMI should be used to set the rent cap. We recommend at 120% AMI because it established sideboards around maximum rent while still providing flexibility, so the program could be used for a variety of unit types like two-family single homes or townhomes as well as apartments. And then I also have the chart up there so you can see what the rent caps would be in at the 100, the 120, and the 180% AMI level, and that's currently for 2024. And then finally, are there any other requirements that council would like to include in the prescriptive guidelines for approval? Given that this new program, as recommended, will not include council's discretionary approval of the funding for each project, are there any other requirements that council would like us to consider including in these guidelines? And then our recommendation, we recommend that council approve the new deed restriction for new development program guidelines, authorize the town manager to execute an agreement with Sierra Business Council for program operation not to exceed $2,230,000 and approve a budget amendment for C 2014 in the amount of $1,885,000 for a total of $4,102,000. I can go back to my questions here. Thank you. That's all I have for now.
And Mayor Falaby, if I could make one clarification. Lynn, could you go back to slide 4? I believe that the second bullet point or the qualified tenant description is actually incorrect on the slide. It was correct in the staff report and the program guidelines. So what that should read is 50% of the household members over age 18 need to work locally, and the gross household income cap is 180 AMI, so it's the same income cap as for the qualified owner. The 150% AMI per person applies to a different housing program, but not for this one.
So to be clear, the gross income of the household can be higher than 120, but the rent cap is going to be 120.
Correct.
That's the gist of it.
That's the proposal.
Okay.
Yes.
Great. I have a bunch of questions, but I will go last. Councilmember Romack, did you want to go first?
Sure.
Yeah, go for it.
I have some questions. And I know this was asked in council questions, but how did staff determine the cap of $687,500 as the sales price?
It was very close. So with a two-bedroom or a two-bedroom unit cap size, that's a household of three is generally what the standard household size that was considered to be living in a two-bedroom unit. And so 687.5 is just under the affordability cap for that 180% area median income for a household of three. And the actual exact is an uneven number, so it rounds to a more round number in that 110,000 max. 16% of that is 110,000.
Thank you. And then you mentioned that this couldn't be combined with any other deed restriction funding as one of the components of it, meaning they couldn't get funding from some other project that would also deed restrict units, just clarifying that.
Yeah, so the language is a program that puts similar requirements. So if they had funding to do a different type of deed restriction on the property that wasn't, kind of double paying. For example, in THAP, someone can use both the THAP funds and MARTIS fund because those requirements are different enough that we don't feel that it's double covering the same topic. So you, for example, if you're have density bonus units or your affordable or workforce inclusionary requirements, you can't you can't deed restrict through this program on the units that are already restricted as inclusionary or density bonus units.
And would people, if they were purchase units, people would be able to use the MARTIS fund on these units as well, similar to the THAP program? Or that's up for discussion? Or
That would be up for discussion, yes.
as it's currently written, would they? No, they wouldn't be allowed to.
No, because you would already be buying a deed restricted property. If the developer was.
The deed restriction is part of it, so you can't
Add another
deed restriction
deed
because that's how
restriction.
MARTIS works. Okay. Yeah.
That's helpful. And so, yeah, this is basically, Lynn, to your points at the end, this is designed as a first come, first serve objective. Third party operator would just, you meet the guidelines, you're entitled to 20 units at 110,000, and we could be done with one project potentially. The way it's.
The way it is, yes, that is. Yep, if there's funding, it meets all the criteria, the underwriting looks good, the final decision would be by the program operator, and then again, potentially, if the pilot is successful, could return to council and ask for more funds, but as it is now, yes, one project could potentially use all of it.
Okay, thank you. I think that's it for now, but I feel like there might be others as you all ask more.
Yeah,
Thank
that's
you.
fine. No worries. Councilmember Klostad?
Just remind me the length of the deed restriction again. I was trying to find it in the staff report.
It's 55 years and it renews upon transfer or resale.
And so that brings me to your crazy matrix. Can you bring that up? The ownership. Okay. So this is actually really important because what we're trying to do here is make sure that that it always flows to a qualified owner or renter.
Yes.
In any direction that it takes. That actually is really important to me to make sure that it doesn't, so we're pretty confident that there isn't a path for somebody to purchase these and not have to provide for the housing within the AMIs and the restrictions that we've set.
Yes,
The only path would be if they held it for 55 years and let the deed restriction expire before it was transferred.
And they still own it.
Correct.
Okay. The rent rates are tied to the AMI, which adjusts for our cost of living increases. What about the price cap of $687,500? Is that tied to some sort of cost of living adjustment?
So the price cap is only upon initial sale to a qualified owner. So this is how it also works in THAP. It has a higher cap at $937,500, only upon initial sale. If someone owns it for 5 or 10 years, they can sell it at a higher rate than that $687,500, and it still has to be affordable to people who meet the income and local worker requirements, but it could theoretically go above $687,500. This $687,500 is only upon initial sale. What we've done with THAP is when we have looked at the guidelines, and if there are any guideline updates, we've looked at the market and thought, is this price cap still make sense? And as of so far, it still has. And that's the plan with, in the 2 years that this the 2-year contract, this pilot program, at the end of 2 years, this is successful and house prices have remained, grown, but not grown hugely. $687,500 might still be reasonable. If not, we would reassess that price cap. And we would, again, look at that 180% affordability at a household of 3.
So this is specifically just to survive the 2-year trial phase with these limits and inclusive of the $2.2 million that we're throwing.
Yes.
Do we have any, I know we're in a JPA, in a partnership. Do we have any other partners that are interested in contributing to this pot of money for this program?
I would say that isn't a question that we've gone out to ask at the moment.
Okay. All right, that's it for me.
I guess maybe I should elaborate a little bit more. Well, we haven't asked. Many of our public agencies have more restrictions on their funds. So unless their employees are going into the housing, it's more challenging for them to provide funding.
That's good clarification, but that also means that there's potentially a path forward.
Yeah.
Potentially, yes.
Similar to a master lease program that one of those agencies could partake in should additional units be available for that.
Yeah, and the main thing there is I anticipate this being successful. We have a lofty goal of deed restrictions that we want to accomplish. So I anticipate this program being extended, and it would be great to have more opportunities, more funding to put to it.
Lynn, did you consider adding any energy efficiency measures above what the code requires? Any electric ready requirements? Or
We considered it. There wasn't anything really objective that we thought of that would be an easy decision making, but it was something that we considered. But the standards we have now are very objective, yes or no, pretty simple to explain and communicate to the program operator. But if there are energy efficiency or all electrification standards that council would like to include, we definitely can do that.
Okay, for example, having enough 220 outlets that somebody could operate their appliances on all electric, their heavier appliances, like electric washers, electric dryers, that sort of thing.
I think to Lynn's point, if the council wants to provide some of that guidance, we can include that in the guidelines now. I think in looking at this and how broad it is in terms of the downtown core, a lot of the building codes, we currently require solar. We currently will
Right.
require the EV charging, electric infrastructure install, that there was enough in the code already that we felt like most of that was covered. So short of full electrification, which is something you could direct, we didn't include anything else.
Thank you. And then I understand why we're setting the rent cap at 120% AMI. That's so people who only make 120% AMI can qualify, can participate, afford to live there. But then we set the qualifications for the applicants, the actual occupants of the building, at 180% AMI. I've been under the impression there's enough demand at 120% and below. In fact, I think the highest concentration, according to Mountain Housing Council, highest concentration of demand is between 80% and 120%. Why are we setting the qualifications so high?
So 180% AMI came from when the discussion was had around THAP, when the developer portion was part of THAP. And I think part of that is we were assuming the developers were more likely to have new units for sale, and 180% AMI is much more likely to be able to afford the for sale units to make those price out. So we wanted up to 180% AMI is still well below what you need to afford a median home. So the 180% AMI included more home ownership opportunities than if it was just at 120 or lower AMI. That would be more focused on rentals. So we wanted, one of the original goals of our expanding our deed restriction program is specifically to have more for sale units that were deed restricted.
So the 180% AMI goes to the cap on the purchase price, the offering price on the property?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You guys had not nearly as many questions as I did. Sorry. I just didn't get mine in time to get them asked, so I apologize. Why are we considering selling to a non-qualified owner? Walk me through that.
We were trying to anticipate that this program could be used for sort of larger developments where there typically would be a developer who develops 10, 15, 40, however many units as an ownership block for rental. So if the units can only be sold to a qualified owner, meaning that the owner needs to income qualify and be a member of the local workforce, if it's developed initially as rental housing, it could not be sold to a new owner to rent out as rental housing. It would have to be sold into ownership units in the future. So I was trying to account for that and provide some flexibility. If this program could be used for rental units, it could be used for ownership units.
So you're saying that the developer isn't necessarily going to be the first owner. The developer might be the developer or the financier, and whoever buys it is going to be non-qualified, potentially.
Potentially, and at some point, even if the developer is the first owner, they may hold that for 3 to 5 years and then be ready to exit. And there's no exit strategy, or it's a much different exit strategy if their only option is to sell individual units to qualified owners at that point.
Okay. Somebody asked the question, and I need a little help understanding it, but under the program, the maximum income for the developer is the $687,500. That is for the deed restriction, but then the 110. So why is it both? And so the maximum revenue is $797,500.
So the
maximum sale price is $797,500.
So the unit, if the unit's valued at $687,500, they get $110,000 for deed restricting it, and then they sell it at $687,500.
I see. I get it. I'm sorry. I don't know why that took me a second to wrap my head around. Okay, switching over to the contract with SBC, is there a set time and materials rate built into the contract?
Yes.
And what is it?
2-year contract with not to exceed amount of $30,000 to be billed on a time and materials basis.
Right. What's the time and materials rate?
I can pull that up. We're using the same rates, hourly rates that we've approved for our Climate Transformation Alliance program. It depends on the specific staff member performing different tasks, so it ranges.
Right.
I think the average hour, do you have it in front of you?
I don't,
and I
but
guess is there a min max? So and I'm more than happy to invite Steve up if you guys prefer it as well. But I guess where I'm going is there a min max per time spent with the developer? So where I'm going with this is one of the issues with why we're outsourcing this is we can't handle it, right? And Housing Inc. can't handle it. And so now we're going to get another third party to handle it. And as we all know, I mean, these things go in circles. They take years, months. I mean, we don't really know. So I guess my concern, or what I'm trying to understand, is how are we maximizing that 30,000 to allow for multiple negotiations or multiple property owners and not spin in circles and spend $30,000 on one potential developer that never actually ever gets to a signed contract? How's that going to work? Like, how are we managing that, or how's SBC going to manage that internally?
So I would invite Steve up if he wants to provide some clarification. But I do think it's important to clarify. This proposal is not because we can't handle it. We do have capacity constraints, but it's also really designed to streamline this process for developers.
Totally.
And us working through the process will probably be on a different timeline due to when projects can be approved and when we can make those determinations or bring those forward to you, versus a third party coming in and facilitating those conversations earlier, coming to a yes or a no path forward to conclusion earlier.
I fully and wholeheartedly understand that philosophy, but the issue that troubles me a little bit is they're an organization that has a bottom line, and they have to make sure that their staff is being utilized in efficient ways. Our staff, we do things all the time that are pulling us on the side and not revenue generating. And, we can go on and on for years on these projects, and the town doesn't have the same T&M constraints. And generally barely a budget constraint half the time on some of these conversations, as we've learned. So I'm just trying to understand how we're going to manage that, and what your vision is, what SBC's vision is for how you guys are going to manage it and sort of maximize at the very minimum that first 30,000 to be able to have multiple conversations with multiple developers.
Thank you, Councilmember Pallavi. Steve Frisch with the Sierra Business Council. So really important to remember, this is a pilot. We need to see how it goes. You have one developer lined up and 6 who have expressed some interest. I do think you're asking a totally valid question. How much time is it going to take to process each developer, right? And how complicated is that discussion going to be? And to be honest, I don't think we fully know the answer to that question yet. We did a time and materials and hours calculation and tried to figure out what would it take to go through one project and really understand how this is going to work and what the benefit at the end of the day is going to be. My commitment to town staff is that we will keep them apprised of the time and materials spent on a regular basis. My guess is we're going to have a lot of conversation back and forth on every individual project, right? To answer your question of what's the range of the rates, the low range is $120 an hour and the high range is $257 an hour, depending upon who is doing the work. And then one other thing I think the council might want to consider is the importance of having kind of some distance between, number one, the town's role as an entitlement agency. Number 2, the program operator's role doing outreach and essentially education to the developer, which is our role, right? or at least the first half of our role, and the program administrator's role, which is doing essentially the underwriting. Really good idea to have separate agencies doing the underwriting and essentially the approval of the project itself, because it creates kind of full transparency and accountability by having those separate sets of eyes on it, right? In addition to creating the certainty that the developers need to go out and borrow money on a project, right? So, you know, if you take the typical project through the process, they're going to get, you know, essentially intaken by the program operator. The underwriting documentation is going to be done by Housing Inc. as the program administrator. And then we will, you know, we would approve the project, and that they know that as they go out and do the remaining financing on the project, which I think is super important. Did I answer all your questions?
Yeah, no, very much so. And I mean, I agree with the strategy and agree.
Yeah.
I mean, we've definitely talked about this part offline, and I think it is important, and I think it's a great opportunity to see how this works. And I'm not disagreeing with that. I guess I'm just more concerned with one developer, because we experience that through the entitlement process takes up 80% of your time. And, you know, the person who might actually do something then is left with zero type of thing. So that's a little bit of my concern. But I don't know that there's a great way to do that other than through two-way communication and saying, hey, we've spent this amount of time. Maybe we're going to start to look the other way.
Mayor Pollavi, I feel like I also want to add that having specific requirements for the units and for what qualifies should help simplify that discussion quite a bit, because that initial conversation with Sierra Business Council can be, you know, these are the things you need to hit if you want to qualify.
Right.
Go back, crunch your numbers, come back and tell me if you are still interested. If not, it's been nice talking with you, but this might not be the program for you.
Right. No, and I appreciate that. Thank you. My last question is a cash flow question. And so I might need to work through this, and I apologize in advance if it's not super clear. But what I was wondering is, the way that I read it in the staff report is, for example, the lump sum is going to be held in reserve. So once our third party approves it, right, they're still not, that approval and certificate of occupancy, you know, we don't know what that timeline is going to be. So what I'm interested in is a more cash flow flexible position of committing the funds, whether it's through our reserves or some other type of reserve, but keeping that money in order to allow it to be used potentially multiple times. So instead of saying 2.2 million is allocated to Project A on January 1st, but Project A might take them 4 years to get a COO, and Project B comes in and all of a sudden has a COO in 12 months, instead of necessarily granting that next 2.2 million or whatever the number is, we're kind of creating more of a revolving fund that I would like it to live in the town if it's in my best interest of sitting here, because we can collect interest on it. I mean, there's other benefit to us holding that money rather than sending that money off. I mean, who collects the interest on it if they send it off? So that was kind of my question on how we manage the cash flow and how that kind of works itself through the system.
Let me address that. I think that's a great question. We did have some additional internal discussions about that very issue today.
Funny.
And what staff would propose is we don't need to immediately transfer that pool of funding. It's important to be clear to developers as we have funding available,
100%.
and we have dedicated it for this purpose. But we can wait until a project is further along, it's under construction, before we say, okay, this is clearly moving forward. Now we will transfer funds to SBC. So we would need to figure out exactly what that timing is on when in the project that happens. But It does not need to immediately be transferred.
Okay, so that's going to be one of my preferences, is just to get the guidelines dialed in.
Yeah, I do think it's important to recognize that from a cash flow perspective, we do this with other projects, right? We've committed $1 million to Pacific Crest. We account for that in the budget process. So we are not over budgeting what's available in the housing fund. But to your point, it's not. We are kind of cycling through the different cash options.
Yeah, and I mean, sitting on $2 million collecting interest is actually a pretty decent deal, rather than shelling it out and not being able to achieve that. That's all. Okay, I think. One more question. Yeah, go.
And it's the name of the program. Well, and
You didn't know they had a naming monkey in the back over there, that they just name all of these programs a different name?
Well, and the main question is, why is housing not in there, or something related to that? Because right now it's deed restriction for new development program. And I think we all understand deed restriction. We're talking housing, but from a communications to the community do we feel like and maybe this is more for conversation, is there a reason housing wasn't included?
Nothing specific. I was trying to keep it a little shorter than some of our titles, but I think housing could fit in there very well.
Okay, just food for thought for us.
It was quite long already.
Well, I was trying to think of an acronym real quick, and I can't yet, but maybe in 5 minutes.
My last quick question is, how did we get to 4.1 million? Is that for is that THAP and this program combined?
Yes, it is. Yep.
Totally great. Okay. That's all for my questions. Anybody have any others? No? Public comment? Oh, yes.
Take out program and put in housing before development. Add an S on developments. Just new deed restriction for new housing developments.
Man, good work up here. Okay, we will open public comment and we'll deliberate on that in just a moment, because that's going to be at least 20 minutes. Any public comment on this item? Steve, nothing else to contribute? Oh, come on.
Well, I guess if you're going to push me, Dave. No, we're just really happy to be working on this program. You know that we're housing geeks at Sierra Business Council. We really want to be able to, I think the point that the town has set this goal of 10% is pretty stunning. It's a model for the rest of the Sierra Nevada, and we're just thrilled to be working with your team on it, and they've been great to work with. So, thank you.
Thank you. Closing public comments, bringing it back for deliberation. So I didn't hear any questions on unit size, on any of Lynn's questions. I think unless somebody wants to speak up, I'm in favor of pretty much every question Lynn asked, and my only concern is just how the money gets sort of allocated or when it gets distributed. But I think staff heard that, so.
I think one thing to consider is the inability to utilize MARTIS fund if these units are for sale. If that matters, because we're allowing it in THAP. So in THAP, you can do THAP and use MARTIS fund. This, you wouldn't be, which I could see these are units that are going to be even more for people who make lower income just because of the size, because they would be 1 and 2 bedroom. And we wouldn't be granting them the same opportunity to use MARTIS fund if they qualify as if they went through THAP, I guess, if that strikes anyone.
I guess is the maximum, though, upon resale is the 687, right?
Well, I guess I'm thinking if they make units for purchase, the maximum price would be $687,500.
Right.
And then those people would be ineligible to utilize the MARTIS fund for additional, whatever the MARTIS fund offers now.
Is there no down payment assistance program that wouldn't a down payment assistance program be able to layer on this?
So a couple of things with the MARTIS fund. THAP is in higher AMI and the MARTIS fund is lower. So that was why we brought that forward for consideration in terms of being able to utilize that. This recommendation matches MARTIS fund. So that's one difference. In Marta's fund is more of a down payment assistance. It's you have to repay that loan.
Right. Well, that speaks to why not allow it then.
Right. I guess I understand we don't want to double deed restrict units and, but it kind of seems like
If it's already deed restricted, why not allow for down payment assistance if you qualify, if there's no deed restriction? I mean, I'm comfortable with that. I just don't know the details if it's just a down payment, if they still have their down payment assistance program.
So Marta's Fund does still offer their down payment assistance program. Its major differences from THAP are, again, it has the lower AMI cap. It is, and then it does have to be paid back, either shared appreciation or a low interest loan. And it is not a deed restriction in the sense like after someone sells their house, they have to pay back the Marta's Fund, and so it is no longer deed restricted. So that is a difference between Marta's Fund and what these units would be, where the deed restriction is renewing. So if council does want to allow Marta's Fund to be used during or on a sale to a qualified owner, obviously not to a non-qualified owner, but to a qualified owner, that is something we could include in the guidelines as they are included in the THAP guidelines.
I'm in favor of that. I don't see why we wouldn't allow that. It's just to a non-qualified owner. It has nothing to do. It's more under the covenants of how the units are transferring. It doesn't necessarily impact anything with the management of the program, in my opinion. They're two different things, right?
I would
Are
agree
you
with
thinking?
that.
Yeah. So I'm fine with that too.
Okay.
Yeah. That makes
then I would
sense.
say we include that. Well, if
Do we
everybody
have-
else is in concurrence.
Are you guys okay with that? Yeah? Yeah? You? Did you say yes or no? What are your concerns? Too much money?
Yeah, it is a lot of money when the cap is only $687,000.
Yeah. I mean, that's still like a $150,000 down payment.
Yeah. But
Minimum.
we're giving them 110 of it.
No, we're only giving the developer 110. We're not giving the qualified buyer anything. The qualified buyer's not getting anything. They're simply getting an opportunity to buy into a unit. They're just getting an opportunity. They're not getting anything from us. The only person getting something from us is the actual original developer and the first sale?
Just the original developer.
Just the original developer.
And looking at in our staff, sorry, did you have other thoughts? I just found a data point I was looking for. The average THAP payment has been $104,020, meaning THAP units are around that 687.
Mm-hmm.
So even more to like, we're allowing people in that program to purchase a house probably around this amount and utilize Marta's Fund if they qualify. So why not do the same for this other program? Is kind of
20% of 687 is $137,400. It's a really big down payment for somebody making whatever, the median income at $80,000.
Yeah. Okay. I'm okay with that. I do have another question though. Now that we've
Well, go for it.
now that you've run through the cash flow, that kind of got my brain going. So this budget increase of 1.8 and change million is going to come from the general fund balance. And based on this cash flow discussion that we just had, we're not necessarily going to spend that this year, the 2.2 million, because we just said we're going to keep it until there's until some trigger point that we're going to figure out in the guidelines. So is there an opportunity for this to come from future transit occupancy tax to fund it, or is that already all spoken for in our other robust housing programs?
We do have fund balance, or projected fund balance at the end of this fiscal year for Measure K funds of just over $1 million. I think there is an opportunity to use other funding sources to fill this potentially. I do think it's important for developers to signal that we have funding available now. So I think we would recommend that we do have funding budgeted for this, but depending on the timing of when a project comes in, we may have other funding sources we could identify at that time.
Yeah, so let me clarify a little bit. I think what we would be recommending is we use about $1 million in Measure K and the remaining from the general fund. So we would change that recommendation from the funding source. I wouldn't recommend that we budget what we expect to get in Measure K in the future years. The reality is by the time you get into budget workshop in 6 months from now, we'll have a better idea of what that will be. We'll be budgeting that out. We do enough budget adjustments and forecast predictions throughout the year that we could do that at that time.
Okay, so then this will be 1 million from Measure K, 855,000 from general fund at this point.
That's correct. I'm going to get you the exact amount from Measure K.
And I would agree with kind of what staff's presenting is, dedicate it, and as future budgets continue to get developed, the money can get moved around depending on where it needs to go, depending on if they're getting towards building permit, maybe building permits the trigger or grading permits the trigger or something like that. That's when we transfer the money to SBC. And we would just be remiss to not make sure that everybody knows Kim Zurich's in the audience tonight. And as we're talking about cash flow, so Kim, we're just making sure I was channeling my Kim Zurich, and I was asking my cash flow questions.
Dollar in, dollar out.
Just making sure we're being fiscally responsible up here.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Lindsay. Yeah.
I don't know, this might be opening or getting too into the weeds, but again, I'm just trying to think of, since I think it's good to have objective standards so that way SBC can operate the program, and to your questions before, Mayor, of that way they can just say yes or no. Unit size, I support the studio 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom. I guess, could there be a nefarious developer that says, here's a 150 square foot studio, I qualify, like physical size of a unit? Is there any planning metrics around that sort of thing? And again, I don't think that'll happen. And if this is getting too into the weeds, I apologize, but
it still has to be marketable. I mean, I think the market has to still dictate it, because a developer's not going to build something that they're not going to be able to get their money back off of. Right?
That's correct. What staff has proposed is a maximum unit size or maximum unit price, not in number of bedroom size. We did not dictate, maximum sales price for a studio versus a 1 bedroom versus a 2 bedroom. It just felt very prescriptive and didn't sort of accommodate for the range of different types of units that could propose to use this program, and let the market respond and make sure that it's a marketable product.
So we didn't do that. A studio, 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, flat, or just same amount.
Correct, and that's what we have in
scary. Yeah.
In the THAP program as well. We have a maximum price, but we don't dictate based off of unit size or number of square feet or anything like that.
Yeah. Wow. Pilot program indeed.
well, I feel, yes, you're right. The market dictates it. I don't think anyone would actually do that, but.
Well, it might not be resellable.
Right.
And then they're going to be sitting on it, right? So there's that market that has to make this still financially viable, whether or not you're getting $110,000 as a deed restriction at the cost of construction. Somebody asked that question. I don't know who it was, but it was a really good question. You're still at $1,000 a square foot, no matter what you're doing. So, I don't know what that looks like at the end of the day, but I support Martis Fund. I support having a trigger of whether I'll rely on staff, whether the trigger is building permits is when we transfer the money, or, some type of percent completion or some inspection along the way, something like that. So at least we know they're not just pulling building permits, but they're 25% of the way there or something. I think that to me is a fair number. I agree we have to allocate the dollars ahead of time. You want to go to any of your other questions, Lynn? What else you got for us? Yep, I think we're fine with that. We added some prescriptive guidelines, but I don't think we subtracted any. Well, we added prescriptive guidelines only for resale, not for the program itself. Does anybody have any concerns with the program itself? No? Do we want to do a minimum number of units?
I'm looking forward to our Kevin Kiley's
$2 million?
Yeah.
2 million riders or no?
No, his congressional, what was it?
It was a hearing. It was a hearing.
The congressional record.
A record. Yeah, that's what I was
on
trying
our
to.
state-of-the-art pilot programs for housing, multiple.
You guys, we have like mega state-of-the-art pilot programs for housing, just to be clear. We are definitely out there.
No, and I support all those other
I
recommendations.
do have concerns about the overall program, but I'm thinking in terms of the long term, what this particular, what's before us now, how that affects what we do in the future. I still have sticker shock with the amount of funding that's being required to provide one unit of housing. And I was the one who asked the question, how much would it cost to hit that 10% goal? And I got a nice complete answer that says if we just net it out, we're looking at $52 million through a THAP or this program combined, home ownership, through a home ownership program. And then I'm also struck that we're setting an AMI that means it's the wealthier half of our community who are going to be taking advantage of this, who can afford to take advantage of it. And the existing AMI under the existing THAP of buyers is 164%. So we're spending a lot of money to make it possible for the wealthier half of our community to own a home. And then we have 15 homes that are on the market now at $797,500 and 5 homes for sale under $687. So there's a real question long term of market conditions, creating a situation where we may not want to do this. A side concern is the parking requirement. It seems like we would want to move to where there is no requirement that parking spaces be provided, or at least that a tenant be able to rent out a space to another tenant rather than get a car to get the full benefit of a parking space. And then finally, I think we really need to be thinking long-term about looking at less expensive methods of providing the housing. At some point, going back to our height limits and density requirements in this same core area that would be part of this program. So these are all long-term concerns. As far as this immediate program goes, I'm in agreement with the rest of you because it's a pilot. But I see it as a one-time thing, and I have deep reservations about the future of this program because I think there might be less expensive ways of achieving the same goal.
I think we talk about this in regards to this program. $110,000 is a lot, but if it's $1,000 a square foot to construct a unit, and you're talking 1,000 square foot house, then that's $1 million, right? So $110,000 to get another unit, help get another unit built, is not that expensive compared to what it would cost to build a whole new unit in itself.
And at the end of the day, while we have those units on the market, those units I just had an employee anecdotally who just purchased a house, his first house. And out of all of the units he looked at, one of the things he came back after looking at one of them, he goes, well, that one was, he literally said, that one was $650,000, but it probably needed $250,000 for me to move into it.
I mean, that's what he said. And they ended up buying something more expensive that was more out of their price range because they don't have that at $250,000 to do what needs to be done. I think our sticker shock is unfortunately market conditions right now. And that's the only thing saving us is these AMI percentages that are going to fluctuate. I mean, if the market comes down, then the AMIs come down and the costs come down and other things change. And that's why they're tagged to those types of metrics. So we could go in circles on all of our philosophies on this because we do often, but maybe we should move on.
Yeah, well, this particular item, just feeding on what yours have pointed out, means we need to look at other kinds of housing stock, other ways of providing housing, and maybe the single-family ranch house is not the future.
And that's why we're saying that's why this program isn't for a single-family ranch house.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, it's pretty much what we're saying. So, what do you need us to do?
The recommendation is up on the screen. If you could make that recommendation with the one modification, you can just add as other provisions as provided with MARTA's fund being included as well, and then the budget adjustment coming from Measure K in the general fund.
Go ahead, Councilmember Romack.
I would make a motion that we approve the deed restriction for new development program guidelines, authorize the town manager to execute an agreement with Sierra Business Council for program operation not to exceed $2.230 million, and approve a budget amendment for C 2014 in the amount of $1,885,000 for a total of $4,102,000 with the changes regarding the budget and the MARTA's fund.
I'll second.
And everybody in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. Thank you, staff. Thanks, Sierra Business Council, for working on such an innovative idea and project. And
Yeah.
we wish us all luck.
Once again, we have another partnership that's very valuable. So thank you, Sierra Business Council, for all of your various program support.
Yeah. All right, one more to go. Alfred, 7.5. I feel like we've done this before, but we're doing the same thing again. Here a few more weeks, and we're doing it again. Oh, we got a letter? Oh, all right. I like Measure E. Sounds good.
Let's see, what did I do?
She broke your news. That was your big slide, wasn't it?
It was. But it's all right. I got more where that came from. Good evening, Your Honor. Alfred Knotts, in Town Council. Alfred Knotts from the Transportation Department and Engineering Public Works. I'm here to present on the ordinance for the 0.5% general sales tax measure that was authorized back in June. I had this slide last time. I think it was a good little snapshot of where we've come and how we arrived here. So a lot of steps here and milestones. I did highlight the last couple of bullets there. I believe there's 4. The actions that have been taken since as part of the June 25th meeting and then following that subsequently. So leading up to that, we did a lot of polling and information gathering that was all presented to the council as well as the general public as well to get us where we are. June 25th, we did pass a resolution 2024-48 authorizing the placement of what is now known as Measure E. At the time, it was the Town Essential Services 0.5% sales tax measure. Shortly thereafter, we submitted all the documentation to the Nevada County Clerk Recorder's Office. And we did get confirmation for them that they did get everything. Obviously, they did because we have our measure assignment. So that all took place very, very quickly thereafter that action was taken. One step that is not in here is that the town attorney, Andy Morris, also submitted this draft ordinances before you tonight. It is documented or discussed in the staff report, but I did not put it on here on the slide, so I do apologize for that. But we did circulate that to the CDTFA. I always do those backwards. Thank you. I'm used to speaking for FTA, for the Federal Transit Administration, so I get those two kind of mixed up. But yes, that was submitted, and they did review, and they did give us. They obviously don't, give you a formal approval, but they did give us some validation that it did contain everything that needed to be contained in the ordinance itself. So. We also developed an informational mailer that will be distributed in the next couple of days. So that will be hitting mailboxes, and that will go to all the registered voters via United States Postal Service. And again, we did get the the Measure E assignment, and that was just today that we were made aware of that. So going forward, we will see that moniker and identification of Measure E. The flyer itself, very informational. We've kept all the facts, listing out what was discussed before council about how these potential new revenues would potentially be used and what they would fund, showing the need to the community. And that's been captured in this mailer here that identifies potential uses. Again, we all know this is a general sales tax, so there's not any earmarked or designation for the revenues, and it will be at the discretion of the town council through the budgeting process should the measure get passed. Tonight, this is very short and sweet. I know I'm not known for being short and sweet, but this will be short and sweet. We are looking to this recommended action tonight, and I would defer to Town Attorney Andy Morse if I've missed anything within this information that I presented tonight.
Yeah, I'll just add one thing. Adopting this ordinance is just a procedural step. You've already taken the big step, which is to move to put this on the ballot. But the way that state law works, there has to be an ordinance that the voters are technically approving. So what you're doing tonight is having the introduction, waiving first reading, as with normal ordinances, and then hopefully next time around you'll adopt it. But it's a kind of a contingent adoption because it doesn't take effect until and unless the voters approve it in the November election. So you're doing something that's necessary, but it's by no means the end of the story, and it doesn't take choice away from the voters in November.
Any questions from council?
Were there any comments opposing this item tonight?
Public comments?
Yes.
I didn't see any public comments come on this item.
Thank you.
You block your public comments too, like I did, mistakenly. That's how it happened. It was inadvertent. No questions. Opening public comment. Come on up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, ladies and gentlemen, staff. My name is Steve Teixeira. I'm a Truckee resident, and I observed what the council did in terms of the action you took, placing the ballot measure on the November ballot. And somebody needed to step up and say, I'm going to coordinate the advocacy. So I've done that. I've got some people that have stood up with me, one of them here tonight, Sarah Van Sicklin from the Truckee North Tahoe Transportation Management Association. We have established an advocacy committee. I think this is informational for the council to know this. So we are Truckee Citizens for Essential Services, yes on Measure E. We are formally filed with the FPPC. We have a campaign finance committee, and we're looking to generate some revenue and assist the town in moving this forward to the voters. This is a little different because typically you've done special measures. So, we have our work cut out for us, but I believe that what you're doing as a council and what the citizens of this community have said they wanted in terms of essential services, I think we could put those things together and make this work. We're certainly going to give it our best try. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Steve. Any other public comment? No.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. I'm Sarah Van Sicklin, Executive Director of the Truckee North Tahoe Transportation Management Association. On Steve's coattails, just wanted to let you know that the TNT TMA's board did approve support of this measure, and so we have been educating and letting people know that we are in support, and I will be supporting the advocacy efforts as well. Thank you.
Thank you as well, Sarah. Much appreciated.
closing public comment and bringing it back for any deliberation. Not much to deliberate. Yeah, go for it.
Well, before I move, I just want to thank Steve and Sarah for their advocacy and really appreciate you guys stepping up and supporting this. I agree. I think we have a lot of dots that we can connect here. So with that, I move that we introduce and waive the first reading of Ordinance 2024-07, establishing a 0.5% transaction and use tax contingent upon voter approval of the Town Essential Services Tax Measure at the November 2024 election.
I'll second.
And all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, ordinance passes. First reading of ordinance passes. Great. Thank you all very much. That brings us to council reports. We probably have not done council reports. It's got to be like 2 months or so. Be frugal with what you want to share. So no, you go crazy then. I'm sure some of us have done more than others. So go ahead, Councilmember Klostad, kick it off.
All right, I'll kick it off.
Yeah.
Okay, couple of CTA governing partner meetings, and we have now, big news, established some subcommittees. And so we're looking for people to participate in those subcommittees, and that can be anybody. The subcommittees are membership, communications, finance and fundraising, and program development. So if any staff or public or fellow council members want to get involved in any of those committees, please reach out to me or to our partners at SBC. I listened to the Convene, Champion, and Catalyze meeting, or participated in that, I guess. I did make some comments. Where they updated tourism stewardship on and impacts on Donner Lake by Truckee River Watershed Council, and then Sven Left of Truckee Donner Rec and Park District updated how the 4th of July celebration went from their perspective. And I think just the big takeaway there is there is a lot of concern over the continued impact on Donner Lake, and it's being overloved. There's a lot of contributing factors to that right now, and one of it is that Donner Pass Road is kind of a bypass for Highway 80 right now, so that certainly doesn't help the situation. I did another ride along with the Truckee Police Department. So I want to say thanks again to Sergeant Brett Heath and Officer Connor Vickers. They took me out and Sven out in a separate vehicle, and it was quite a lively night. It was a Saturday night in Truckee, and a lot goes on, apparently, after I usually go to bed. And what was really fun was when we got back is kind of comparing notes of what Sven's police car did with Officer Vickers and what I was doing with Sergeant Heath. So thank you, Chief Renfro, for arranging this for us and for giving us the opportunity to have these insights and have these connections, both with our officers and with our community, because there was a lot of interesting activity. I think all of us up here attended the Dark Skies Award night, and that was really fantastic. It was nice to hear that the community felt that was really worthwhile as well. I want to thank Truckee Donner Rec and Park District for hosting those photos in the gallery through Labor Day. And if anybody out there has not seen them yet, it's worth a special trip to the rec center. They're really fantastic, especially the youth ones. I was really impressed with our youth. I attended a Forest Futures happy hour where we saw untreated forests and then some treated forests that were treated 10 years ago, 3 years ago, and last year. And it was really interesting to see the difference and how, I think what really impacted me was how this is a never-ending project. Because what was treated 10 years ago is now overdue for treatment again. And it was it was very evident. So I've been working on the tax measure with Steve and Sarah, and I invite any other public that wants to participate in that to also reach out to me. I'm happy to get them included in that committee or in volunteering in any other way. And then Tahoe Basin Biomass Task Force, we're still just kind of grinding through our mission statement. Hopefully we'll be done with that soon. But I'm really looking forward to talking projects again soon. I met with Supervisor Bullock, and one of the things that I wanted to discuss with him was the importance of a respite center for days when we have excessive wildfire smoke. And I didn't realize it, but we do actually have some designated areas. And so he shared those with me, and I thought I'd share them with the community. I think they're also similar for when we have things like power outages and stuff like that. So it's the Truckee Community Arts Center, that's the downtown facility, the rec center, and the airport. If I missed any or if any of that is incorrect, please correct me. And then I participated in the How to Run for Office put on by the Chamber and CAT, along with Councilmember Henderson. And it looks like we have some very exciting races in our region, in our special districts in our region, but not on the town council. So I want to take the opportunity to congratulate Councilmember Romack in her next 4 years of service. I look forward to sharing the dais with you for the next 2+ years, and also congratulate Councilmember Henderson for the same.
Thank you.
I will jump in. We've had two meetings of the River Revitalization Steering Committee that Vice Mayor Zabriskie also serves on. And the past two meetings have been opportunities where we've broken into small groups and looked at segments of the corridor, West and East River Street. And each group kind of had the opportunity, almost little like Monopoly pieces, to kind of think through what they would like to see there, and it's been really interesting, and I think a great opportunity to hear different voices. And some of the groups are very specific on, we got to keep it close to what it is now and like this, and some have been more pie in the sky visionary. But I know this is going to go into the work to kind of start putting more of the draft plan together, and so that's been good to kind of, we literally rolled up our sleeves and we're working on maps, so that's been fun. Still a lot of work to be done there, and I think, you know, tying in with the chamber presentation earlier tonight, you know, still what's fascinating to me is there's still property owners or business owners that, you know, we don't have contact information for on West River Street or East River Street. Very few now, because we've gone through a big process, but I think to the point earlier about chamber and no business license, something for us to keep in mind in the future. What else? Good Morning Truckee back in mid-July was all about building community resilience through emergency preparedness. James Blattler, who we heard from earlier tonight, was there, along with Truckee Fire and Ann Rarick with the COAD manager. And I thought it was a great presentation, a lot of discussion of, you know, how we were prepping. Truckee Fire spoke to the importance of, you know, defensible space, what we can do as a community. And then it was great to see a lot of that. I mean, the response in action this week. I mean, unfortunate we had a fire, but again, showing all the preparatory work that goes in. So we're ready, and we've got the mutual aid and the conversations happening already, so everybody can jump in. So that was a great presentation at Good Morning Truckee. I feel like those are kind of the highlights. I will share today in my job with Placer County, I had the opportunity, the Tahoe Summit is happening tomorrow down in South Lake, and Transportation Secretary Buttigieg is going to be speaking. Yeah, so that's going to be fantastic. Today there was a tour with some of the staff from Senator Padilla's office from California, Senator Cortez Masto, and Rosen of Nevada, as well as some of Kevin Kiley's staff, were on the tour, and we toured sites mainly in Nevada. But it was a great opportunity for them to just understand Tahoe, and actually had an opportunity to talk with Senator Rosen's staff from Nevada of some of the work we're doing around the railroad and trying to increase rail service between the Bay Area and Reno Sparks, and to kind of get them to understand our needs. So just a great opportunity to have them understand kind of what it looks like in the Tahoe Truckee region, and get some of the ideas of what we're working with here and kind of our big visions for the future. And then I look forward to tomorrow to hearing Secretary Buttigieg, and I'll share that with you all next meeting.
You can live stream it.
Oh, nice. Oh, that's cool. Nice. Awesome.
Okay, we had a couple reach code meetings in the last 2 months. There's been a long hiatus because we've been working, waiting for the state to come out with some updated cost effectiveness studies, and also getting local information on what actual costs would be locally. But right now we're looking at possibly energy efficiency performance standards for new buildings, bringing back a proposal along those lines. And then for existing buildings, I'm talking about residences now, target scores for improvements that could be made in energy efficiency. And then an issue is timing those improvements, whether they coincide with renovations to a house, or whether it would be tied to a replacement of appliances. Council member Lindsay Romack already covered our river revitalization meetings. We also have these subcommittees and action teams. The Economic Vitality Action Team is looking at going to be looking at the interview results from property owners and business owners to get a sense what their individual visions are for their property and businesses. And then winter sheltering is a big issue for the homeless, along with respite centers and transitional housing. We've had one work meeting on that, and we'll be meeting again tomorrow. We still haven't locked down a site for winter sheltering, so that remains to be done, and we're getting close to winter. And there was the building decarbonization workshop. Councilmember Klofstad and I attended that. I saw you come in as I was leaving. It was very well put together. I wish there had been more people there, because it was really planned well, and I got a lot out of it just as an individual homeowner. The Nevada County Transportation Commission and the Truckee North Tahoe Transportation Management Association have both been having discussions about, of all things, public transportation, which is fixed route, TART Connect, and now van pools, which we saw an item in the consent on van pools. Anyway, we're looking at the accumulating data showing how ridership's increasing, but how we still have much farther to go in terms of reducing traffic and greenhouse gases and vehicle miles traveled, and making public transportation more appealing for people. Other than that, I've had separate meetings with individuals. Mike Ross helped Councilmember Klofstad and me on the REACH code issues, and then I've had discussions with different individuals on housing REACH codes, fire prevention, fire protection. The Prosser Lakeview, the Prosser Firewise community had an annual education day where we had representatives from the Forest Service, Fire Protection District, and two other groups speak primarily on defensible space and home hardening. And the picture we saw of the pass fire going up the hill is a great illustration of what defensible space can do. And I'm hoping what we're able to use that as an illustration, because you see it's a ground fire that's going up that hill because the trees are limbed up so far. There was no ladder to get the flame into the tops of the trees. That was nice. That's it. Yours, Mayor.
Thank you. Lots of good stuff. The Dark Skies celebration, truly pretty awesome. Appreciated that. Attended a chamber legislative advocacy meeting, primarily on the ballot measure with Jen and I. And chamber will be going out to their members with some information at some point in the next couple of weeks, I would assume. Couple of conversations with various CAT board members and personnel, both post that meeting in anticipation of some other things that we've been dealing with and future items. I had a very interesting conversation with a representative from Friends of the Library who will be who are starting to craft their capital campaign. Had an opportunity to feed into that process, and just lots of more individual conversations along the way. Seems like people just pop up out of nowhere and want to talk about other things lately. So, no particular formality to that. But with that, I think we're good. We will adjourn to our next meeting on August 27th. No closed session before or after. Fabulous.